Mr. Miller, can you hear me?
I can.
Can you make sure you hit start on your ballot?
Sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Why don't you pop into the other room, Katie, just to make sure those three judges are there?
And you two are
Raymond Shea,
still
Alex
missing a
Hernandez,
judge,
and then
right?
Katie Schultz.
Yes.
Okay, so hopefully they're on their way. Okay, definitely don't start without the third judge.
Okay.
Got it. Thank you.
Good morning.
Hi.
Do we have all of the judges?
No, I believe we're actually waiting on one more judge. So let's just hang tight for just a couple more.
Absolutely. I was just making sure my count was right. In the meantime, I can put my question in the chat and then I can repost it when the third judge joins.
That'd be great.
Actually, that might be them now. All right, it is on its way. It looks like they disconnected.
Yeah, I just sent a message over to tech support to see if, maybe there's something that we can do for that judge.
Sounds good.
Hi, they just assigned me to judge. They had somebody not show up, so I'm here now.
All right.
Give me just one moment to get my form ready, and I'll give you a thumbs up when I'm ready, okay?
Absolutely. Take your time. I'll repost my question in the chat because I don't know if you can see it.
Alexander, are you timing yourself or would you like any time signals from us?
As long as it's okay with the judges, I can time myself.
It's fine by me.
Perfect.
And I'm ready.
Wonderful. I will start my timer on my first word. A few weeks ago, a video went viral showing a Ukrainian farmer capturing a Russian tank by towing it away with his tractor. And at this point, that farmer needs it much more than Russia does. Because as the Wall Street Journal wrote in the early hours of this morning, Russia's invasion of Ukraine has ground life to a halt in the war-torn country. All hands are shifting to either simply surviving or joining in the war effort. Everything else has to take a back seat. But the problem is, what happens in Ukraine doesn't stay in Ukraine, leading many all over the world to wonder about one of the world's biggest necessities. And with that, people all across the globe must ask today's question: is the global food supply the next casualty of the war in Ukraine? And tragically, the answer is a clear yes, that the situation in Ukraine will compound upon itself to threaten the global food supply, specifically in the following three ways. First, because of crucial production problems in Ukraine itself. Second, because of unreliable and unattainable supply from Russia. And finally, because of fears over fertilizer. Ukraine is known as Europe's breadbasket, but what happens when that breadbasket comes under siege? And so the first reason why the war in Ukraine does threaten critically the world's food supply is because of production problems within Ukraine itself. As the National Geographic wrote, on March 25th of 2022, not only is it difficult to grow wheat in a war zone, but Russia is making it even worse, strategically attacking and targeting Ukraine's ability to produce food and to feed itself. They have actively mined wheat fields and the roads leading to them, and as one local farmer reported, shooting anything that moves. Now, the issue is that we are in the midst of the crucial planting season. If the crops don't get into the ground, we will not be seeing yields months from now. And right now, it looks like the planting isn't picking up pace. As Politico further explained on March 15th of 2022, this is such a problem because Ukraine is a gigantic exporter of wheat, corn, and sunflower oil. In fact, they represent some 12% of the world's supply of grain. And right now, the best estimate is that we could see at most maybe a third of their production just 1 year ago. And that isn't things that can be exported because Ukraine is also going to be using some of that supply. So if they can't export anywhere near the amount of grain that they used to, the world's food supply is going to suffer. But on the complete other side of the conflict, Russia is left with its own supply difficulties, but not for anywhere near the same reasons. And so the second reason why the war in Ukraine threatens the global food supply is because of unreliable and unobtainable Russian supply. As the New York Times writes on March 20th of 2022, Russia is also a major supplier of agricultural products, in fact, accounting for even more of the world's supply of wheat than Ukraine. But the issue here is that when the supplier cannot or doesn't want to supply, the world encounters a major issue because Russia has taken to hoarding much of its crops, adding it to its national reserves, or when it wants to sell, other countries are having a difficult time buying because of sanctions and other issues such as boycotts. Now, as the Washington Post further crystallized on March 11th of 2022, now we take the even smaller subset of what Russia is willing to sell. Now you have countries like Eritrea, Armenia, Mongolia, and Kazakhstan who rely almost entirely on that supply from Russia, having a difficult time obtaining it because China, who just encountered catastrophic flooding damaging their crops, are buying up the bulk of what Russia has to sell. And so those countries with millions of people who rely on Russia are getting squeezed out of the food supply because Russia is artificially lowering the supply while China is buying up even more of what's available. And so for that reason alone, the war in Ukraine has led to a threat to the global food supply. And yet this conflict in Ukraine will affect farmers on the complete other side of the globe from the battlefield. And so the final reason that the war in Ukraine will produce a new casualty in the global food supply is over fears with fertilizer. As NPR explained on April 12th of 2022, the war is making synthetic fertilizers difficult to obtain because synthetic fertilizers are often made from natural gas. And Russia is the world's natural gas powerhouse. But now with the conflict, we have seen prices skyrocketing and even more limited supply. But as senior researcher at Our World in Data, Hannah Ritchie found in 2017, almost half of the world's population relies on crops made from synthetic fertilizer to survive without ever even knowing it. And this isn't just theoretical. Right now, farmers in Nigeria are suffering because food prices driven by fertilizer prices are now 5 times more expensive. Farmers just can't get their hands on fertilizer. And because we are in that critical growing season, we will see yields being slashed without access to fertilizer. And we see those effects being far reaching as farms all over the world just can't grow enough food. And we are only going to begin to see these impacts in the coming months. We have witnessed a perfect storm gathering because of the war in Ukraine, taking aim at one specific thing, the world's food supply. And so as we are witnessing the devastation in Ukraine, we had to ask today's question, is the global food supply the next casualty because of the war in Ukraine? And the answer was a clear yes. First, because of production problems within Ukraine itself. Second, because of the unobtainable and unreliable supply from Russia. And lastly, because of fears over fertilizer. This war has brought devastation and hardships to millions of Ukrainians. But now those hardships are going to be exported all over the world when it comes to something every single person needs, and that is food.
Thank you. I had a time of 7 minutes and 7 seconds. Awesome. Thank you so much for speaking and best of luck.
Absolutely. Thank you all for judging.
Hi there, my name's McKinley Paltic. I should be your second speaker for this round. Awesome. Would you like me to put my question into the chat? Perfect. Can everyone see that okay? Fantastic. All right, just for transparency's sake, this is my flow. I'm going to put it behind me where I can't see it while I'm speaking. All right, and then if everyone's okay, I can just time myself for this round, since I know sometimes with the lag, time signals get a little bit crazy.
Sounds great.
Perfect. All right, then if I could just get an indication from everyone when you're ready. 1, 2, 3. All right, that's 3 judges, right? Perfect. Two days ago, the Wall Street Journal published an article saying that the COVID-19 pandemic was finally over. I hate to break it to you, WSJ, but whether or not the virus actually remains to haunt the international community, its economic effects are going to be here for quite a while. That's explained by Forbes magazine on April 20th, 2022, which says that as oil prices are continuing to rise around the international community, many are worried about the economic impacts it makes in terms of wiping out the progress we made at the end of the pandemic. The article explains that after Russia invaded Ukraine, the entirety of the international community decided to stop buying Russian oil, meaning there was a 10 million barrel per day deficit in global oil markets, causing prices to skyrocket to the current $108 per barrel. This has caused many countries to worry that components of the COVID-19 economic project relating to circulation, inflation, and jobs is going to be wiped out. So considering that global oil markets make up 3% of the global GDP, but also because this Russia-Ukraine crisis is showing no signs of stopping, and oil prices are going to continue to skyrocket, it becomes imperative that we ask today's question: will rising oil prices derail the global economic recovery? The answer is obviously yes, because it's wiping out key factors of our pandemic response. And we can see why in three main ways. First, because these prices are driving inflation rates up. Second, because it's only adding to the economic debts of developing countries. And third, and finally, because consumer spending is down. First, you don't have to be an economist to understand that when inflation is really high, that means generally bad things for the global economy. This is the first reason, though, that oil prices are only going to further derail the world's global economic recovery from COVID-19. Because, first, it's driving inflation rates up. The Washington Post explains on April 21st, 2022, that a key part of America and the world's key COVID-19 economic response was bringing inflation rates down to about 3.4%. Now, that's not an ideal number, but considering we had just survived a pandemic, it was pretty okay. But it wasn't supposed to stay there. Instead, it was supposed to get even lower. Psych! According to the Center for Strategic and International Studies, on April 21st, 2022, now inflation rates are at a great number, 7.4%. And part of the reason for that is that shipping costs around the world have skyrocketed because oil prices have gotten so much higher. That means that countries like the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland are spending up to 15% more for the same goods because it simply costs more to get them to the country. This means that, first, as inflation continues to rise, economies around the world are losing the progress they made at the beginning of the COVID-19 pandemic. So according to the BBC on April 21st, 2022, for businesses in the United Kingdom and Northern Ireland who worked so hard to bring jobs back to manufacturing, those are likely going to be wiped out because business and shipping costs are continuing to skyrocket. But second, I may be failing my economics class, but even I know that you have to spend money to make it. It's called circulation, and it's only continuing to fail. So is debt, giving us the second reason that rising oil prices are only going to continue derailing the global economic recovery from COVID-19. Because, second, of how it adds to economic deficits of developing nations. As explained by the World Bank in their February 2022 report, part of Turkey's key factor of recovering from the COVID-19 pandemic was reducing their national debt. This, as the article explained, allowed Turkey to add nearly 110,000 jobs, as well as grow their economy by 1.8%. But that's not happening anymore. As explained by Al Jazeera on April 19, 2022, for every $10 increase in oil prices, Turkey adds $4 billion to its national debt, which means all the progress it made in paying off debts, adding jobs, and lowering interest rates have been wiped out in the last month alone. That means that, first, as global oil prices continue to skyrocket, so will Turkey's national debt. And that means that, as predicted by the BBC in a separate article, this time published on April 3rd, 2022, Turkey is putting at risk at least half of the jobs of all college graduates within the country who might be forced to go elsewhere for some kind of employment. That's not just bad for Turkey's growth, that's bad for everyone's growth. But third, and finally, when it comes to spending money to make money, the same is true for the international community. So specifically in the United States, this process is referred to as circulation. But circulation is plummeting, giving us the third and final reason that rising oil prices are only going to derail the world's economic recovery from COVID-19, because consumer spending is down. The Wall Street Journal explains on February 11th, 2022, that a key part of the United States' ability to recover from COVID-19 was a, quote, post-pandemic boom in spending, in which Americans after lockdown were spending nearly 50% more than they had before. This meant that businesses were able to hire more people, make more money, and produce more things, which is great. But it's not happening anymore. The New York Times explains on April 5th, 2022, that according to a study by the California Public Policy Institute, the average American's family is spending between 3 and 15% of their income on gas alone. This means that first, as global oil prices continue to rise, so will the amount of money American families have to spend on gas instead of other things. That means that businesses that aren't in the oil business are going to continue to lose money, costing up to a predicted 0.3% of the American GDP. And when the US economy fails, so does the global economy. So, upon returning to today's question, will rising oil prices derail the global economic recovery? The answer is absolutely yes, because it wipes out progress we've made since the peak of the COVID pandemic. And we saw why in 3 main ways. First, because it's driving inflation rates up. Second, because it adds to the debts of developing economies. And third and finally, because consumer spending is down. So while the Wall Street Journal might think that COVID is over, going forward, its economic effects are here to stay. Thank you all so much for judging. I really appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much.
I had 7:12 for that time. Is that what you guys had?
I did, yes.
Okay.
Hi, would you like me to put my question in the chat? Okay. Go. Just to make sure, can all of the judges see and hear me clearly?
I can, yes.
Okay.
And Olivia, would you like any time signals or are you timing yourself?
I can time myself if that makes it easier for everyone else. Okay,
It doesn't make a huge difference to me, whatever you're most comfortable with.
all right. Timing myself, should be good. Everyone ready? The global economy is very similar to that of a high school cafeteria. It's scary, chaotic, messy, and quite frankly, everyone in there doesn't want to be there. The global economy has faced numerous problems over the past several years, but as explained by the Brookings Institution on April 20th of 2022, COVID-19 pandemic, however destructive it was to the global economy, did show us one major underlying issue: economic inequality. Without the pandemic, we would have continued to see economic growth and prosperity, but we would have still seen long-term effects of this wealth gap. Considering that in order to see a better, both moral and economically stable future for the international community, it becomes imperative that we consider the questions. What steps should the international community take to solve the wealth gap? And we can see that the answer is steps that create a major impact. If we want this major problem to be solved, we have to act now. And this can be done in 3 different ways. First, by creating and solving inequality and equity at the root of its cause. Second, by reestablishing strong fiscal policies. And lastly, by holding nations that refuse to act accountable and responsible for the problems they create. First, we see that nations have to first start at the root cause of the problem. The UN explains on April 10th of 2022 that while most of the time when we look at economic inequality or the wealth gap, we focus on just that, the economy, economic policies and beyond. But it's more nuanced than that. As a matter of fact, we have to look into the society and the way in which a country is run at its core in order to. The Washington Post explains on March 10th of 2022 that if countries were to focus on more domestic policies, such as boosting infrastructure, lowering unemployment, or simply trying to solve the high percentage of people under the poverty line, they would be able to see economic effects. By simply improving the quality of life of citizens under a single country, you're able to make a global impact. And that's exactly what countries need to do. Nations such as the United States, Germany, France, China, all need to focus on the quality of life and well-being of their citizens itself. Think of the analogy that we're always taught when put on an airplane, to put your mask on first before helping others. Nations need to do the same thing, to help their own country before they can go out and help developing nations and beyond. And as explained by the New York Times on April 1st of 2022, when developed nations indirectly are able to help developing ones by simply improving the structure and stability of their own country and economy. Simply put, when we solve the wealth gap on a domestic level, we solve the wealth gap on an international one. But second, we see that nations need to redistribute and create more and stronger fiscal policy. The International Monetary Fund Journal on April 3rd of 2022 explains that in order to create a more global and economically prosperous way of thinking, and in order to solve this wealth gap, we need to first create fiscal policy that is able to do so. More often than not, this is seen through progressive tax codes. This is explained by Vox on April 10th of 2022, explaining that if developed nations are able to better progress their tax codes, meaning that the wealthy and upper class are taxed higher, the lower class are not taxed as much, and you limit the number of tax deductibles and beyond, nations are able to indirectly close the wealth gap and create an international economic difference. Simply put, fiscal policy is the key to making positive change. Nations simply have to take those resources to actually do so. By simply using fiscal policy, the international community sees a major impact. We see the developing nations now have the structure and foundation to actually grow. We see that the wealth gap in developed nations is slowly closed, and ultimately, the international community took a major step forward in seeing a positive change and improvement. But lastly, and arguably the most importantly, is that nations need to be held responsible for not taking action. It's unfortunate, but however often the international community provides specific solutions, directions, and pleas to developed nations to make an solution or to develop a problem, sometimes countries just refuse to do so. But that's exactly why we need to hold them responsible. The previously cited article of the United Nations on April 15th of 2022 explains that specific organizations, specifically the International Monetary Fund, have the unique capability of actually punishing developed nations for creating this problem. So take, for example, if the United States chose to refuse better fiscal policy, they allowed the upper class and wealthy to continue going on without higher taxes or beyond, the IMF would be able to restrict voting power, the amount of money that they're lended to from the IMF and beyond. By restricting the control and freedom of the United States, the IMF is actually punishing the US for not actually taking action. The simple answer is, none of these solutions actually directly harm someone. All it does is create positive benefits. And the IMF holding nations that are responsible for not taking action would be a great way to provide incentive and actually ensure that something is taken and something is actually solved. So today, we considered the question, what steps should the international community take to solve the wealth gap? And we saw that the answer are steps that create a major difference, whether this be solving the quality of life of citizens in a country itself and solving the root cause of the problem, whether it be creating and reestablishing stronger fiscal policy, or simply holding nations responsible that refuse to address this problem. It's clear that the international community has the opportunity to make major change. They simply have to take that one step forward and push everyone in the right direction. Thank you.
Thanks, Olivia. I had a time of 6 minutes and 44 seconds.
Thank you. And thank you all for judging.
Thank you. Best of luck.
Sorry, hi.
Hi, James.
Sorry, I'm trying to get myself on full screen here.
No problem. James, would it be possible if you could give us the prompt in the chat?
Oh, sure, totally. Sorry, thank you.
Not a problem. Then would you like any time signals?
Is it okay if I time myself?
It is.
Awesome. So is everyone ready? Right, awesome. I am a die-hard Mets fan. And no matter how often I'm disappointed by that team, I will come back every single year and stick to my guns. Because in the end, I made a commitment to it. Now, the plight of a Mets fan is similar to that of the entire Western world. Because despite the fact that over the last 2 months, the United States and the European Union have stuck to their massive sanctions against Russia, as time has gone on, and as this war in Ukraine has been more and more elongated, we have to look to the negative impact that these sanctions have had on the global community. And just ask ourselves the question, what impact will sanctions against Russia have on the global economy? The answer to which is that they will affect global markets in 3 key ways that I like to call the 3 Fs: food, fuel, and foils. Now on to my first point, or the first F for today, about food. How these Russian sanctions impact the food market globally in substantial ways. Now, according to Time magazine, in an article published just 2 days ago, Russia and Ukraine together currently control about 29% of all global wheat markets, meaning that the thing that goes in almost every single piece of food globally goes through Russia and Ukraine 29% of the time. And as a result of the massive global embargo on Russia and the war that's preventing Ukraine from exporting, the price of wheat and all wheat products globally have increased by 77%. In fact, this same article goes on to explain that as it stands right now, Russia and Belarus currently control 35% of all fertilizer markets, meaning that not only is wheat completely devastated by this Russian embargo, but the actual products used to recuperate those losses is actually being blocked as well. Because obviously, if you're losing out on wheat markets, you would have to recuperate with other kinds of food. But because fertilizer is largely being blocked by this embargo, a way to actually bounce back economically simply does not exist. In fact, according to Fox News in an article published just this morning, Russia alone currently holds the single largest reserves for all nitrogen-based foods, meaning that soy, wheat, and all vegetable products go through Russia about 14% of the time. So basically any large global market that needs food right now is basically out of luck, because Russia, one of the largest trading partners that they would have, is blocked off from trading from most global markets. So based on their food production alone, these Russian sanctions are going to negatively impact the global economy. But we also have to look to the other larger elephant in the room, which impacts every other part of the economy, and move on to my second F for today, about fuel. How these Russian sanctions negatively impact the global oil markets. Because according to the BBC in an article published just 3 days ago, right now Russia controls about 3 million barrels per day that are not going out into the global markets. This is because the sanctions placed on Russia wholly prevented them from trading with their largest oil partners, that being the European Union and the United States. But the reason why this is incredibly important is because this same BBC article goes on to explain that despite the massive shortages that we're seeing globally, nations are not able to trade with Russia. And over the next quarter alone, oil needs globally are going to rise by 1.3 million barrels per day. So when looking at how Russia is completely barred from trading with those who need oil globally, countries have to look to other sources of oil, And as this same BBC article concludes on describing, OPEC is basically set on not increasing their oil prices or their oil exports at all over the next 3 quarters, meaning that both Saudi Arabia and the UAE, the 2 countries who aren't sanctioned against that are actually able to rise their oil exports, are basically declining to help out the global community. Now, this is incredibly important because both Europe and the United States were massive oil trading partners with Russia. In fact, Europe alone imported about 2.2 million barrels per day of oil from Russia, according to the EU website themselves. Now, this all comes together to impact global markets in the way that they grow. Because, according to Fox News in an article published just 3 days ago, as it stands right now in 2021, the global markets grew by about 5%. But by the end of this year, based on oil prices alone, they are set to contract by 0.3%. Now, this may not seem like a lot, but going from 5% growth to a 0.3% recession is a 5.3-point decline. So when looking at the ways in which these markets are being affected by oil, we can clearly see that these Russian sanctions are hurting the global economy solely based on their needs. But looking at what the global economy needs, we have to move on to my third and final point, or the final F for today, about foil, or the natural resources that exist within Russia in terms of certain alloys and metals. Because even though this doesn't seem like a massive impact of these sanctions, realistically, Russia controls large swaths of precious metals needed for global manufacturing. Because, according to the CNN in an article published just this morning, Russia ranks top 10 in exporting in gold, iron, nickel, steel, and any form of material used to create electronic batteries. Meaning that in almost all of these categories, the global community needs to find producers that simply do not exist. So when looking at the global markets just last year, demand hasn't exactly changed, because this same CNN article continues on describing that despite the massive growth the global community saw in 2021, these massive Russian mistakes have caused us to keep demand the same while supply is taking a massive tailspin. In fact, Fox News explains in an article published just 2 days ago that as a result of the massive changes we saw in the availability of alloys globally, we are going to likely see an increase in global inflation by 5% over the coming year, because supply has absolutely no way to meet demand. But thinking back to the plight of a Mets fan, it's more clear now than ever that when you expect something phenomenal to happen, it sometimes just won't. And the Western world is seeing this exact same principle. Because even though sanctions against Russia were meant to save the globe morally, economically, it has relatively doomed it. So once again, when we ask ourselves the question, what impact will global sanctions against Russia have on the global economy? We just have to look to the 3 Fs: food, fuel, and foil. Thank you.
Great. I had a time of 7 minutes and 20 seconds.
I did too.
Awesome.
All right, thanks so much for your time. Have a good one.
Yep. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hi, Isaiah.
I'll just be sending my topic in the chat.
Okay, perfect.
There we go.
And do you need any time signals, or are you timing yourself?
It should be fine. I'll be timing myself. Thank you.
Awesome.
All right. So, if you guys are ready, I'll be able to begin. All right. Thank you. With nuclear finals, war, and $7 a gallon of gas on the horizon, things are looking pretty bleak. And we can blame at least 2 of those things on the current conflict in Ukraine. Russia's unprovoked invasion of Ukraine has not only been the largest and potentially most devastating conflict in recent history, but has also cast into doubt and roiled the markets and geopolitics of trade. plunging rates to their lowest points in nearly a decade and forcing many countries to reconsider how they're going to address this new danger. According to NPR on January 19th, 2022, both Russia and Ukraine are key suppliers of essential goods such as food, energy, and fertilizers, supplies of which are now threatened. The shock wave that the war will trigger across the world economy, starting with the combatants, then the wider region of Eastern and Central Europe, and global energy and food markets, is bound to have reverberations that will last for decades, and questions are starting to get asked on whether the global trade system will even survive. So when we ask ourselves the important question, does the war in Ukraine threaten to dismantle the global trade system? The answer is, unfortunately, yes, for three main reasons. First, because of the sheer concentration and impact of important trade nexuses in first Ukraine, then in Russia, and finally, this conflict's impact on investment. So first, we have to look at the concentration of trade hubs in both Ukraine and Russia, and how the current conflict impacts them. Now, you might be thinking, Ukraine, never really heard of them in terms of a massive trade partner with influence all around the globe. Well, although Ukraine is a relatively small economy in terms of world trade, it is nonetheless important in several essential commodities. The Russian invasion will have a direct global impact, therefore, on products such as sunflower seeds, maize, barley, wheat, and energy, where Ukraine has a significant comparative advantage to other countries in the region. According to The Economist on January 9th, 2022, the clash in Ukraine, a large country at the nexus of key European and Asian trade routes, has caused crucial cargo flights to be canceled or rerouted using concerns about further supply chain disruptions. Like it or not, Ukraine retains influence in about almost every important food trade deal. The continued blockage of shipments, the unprecedented loss of life in worker demographics, and destruction of important agricultural property will stunt growth and production in one of the largest agricultural producers in the entire world. And unless about 65% of the world is able to find a new, more sustainable producer, a large portion of the trade economy has the potential to shrink or even shut down. But next, we have to look at this conflict's impact on Russia and its largest industries. According to Washington Post on January 28, 2022, Russia accounts for about a fifth of the global trade in natural gas alone. But in just a few days, Western governments moved to exclude Russian banks from using important international messaging systems, limited the Russian central bank's ability to prop up the value of the Russian ruble, cut off shipments of high-tech goods, and froze the global assets of independent Russian oligarchs. And even when trade flows may take place directly between Russia and its trading partners, the reality is that payments often have to go through a Western-dominated financial system, and usually have to go through a Western currency, which for Russia is now restricted. So while having a positive impact on disincentivizing further conflict in the region, the effective loss of one of the largest players in oil and power in the world cuts off about a fifth of oil supply and feeds an already out of control demand for energy in the world. According to the New York Times on January 19th, 2022, taken together with the uneven recovery from COVID-19, the surge in inflation and the tightening of monetary policy, the war only adds to an already inhospitable environment for fragile, heavily indebted, low-income, and emerging market economies, which the global economy contains many. But finally, we have to look to how the conflict impacts the global trade economy on a smaller scale, investments. As the Russia-Ukraine war will conclude with a major disruption to energy supply regardless, the psychological impact of instability and political risk is already getting baked into European and global trade premiums for the foreseeable future. Investment conditions in Eastern Europe will weaken as investors urge caution and await a peaceful, or we hope, a peaceful outcome. Even if the invasion ends soon, for many investors, political stability will significantly rise as a key site selection factor throughout Central and Eastern Europe. According to The Economist on April 2nd, 2022, this lasting risk premium in transactions will provide a higher floor for producers around the world, making investments in new production and export facilities that much more attractive. But as this happens, investors are looking to divest their shares in important and larger, more established institutions with state ties. And as those types of companies start to take in terms of more risk-free ventures, state investments will in turn lose their value, endangering global trade. So today, when we ask ourselves the important question, does the war in Ukraine threaten to dismantle the global trade system? The answer is once again yes, for three main reasons. First, because of the sheer concentration of important trade nexuses in Ukraine in terms of energy and food, then in Russia in terms of power, and finally, this conflict's impact on investment, especially on risk premiums. Thank you.
All right, I had a time of 6 minutes and 6 seconds.
All right.
All right.
Thank you so much for your time.
Yep, best of luck.
You too.
Hi, judges. This is your sixth speaker, William Chen. I can paste my question in the chat. Awesome. And to confirm, I will not need any signals as I can time myself. And when all three judges are ready, just give me a thumbs up or any indication. 1, 2. Awesome, then I'll begin. If there's any such thing as an unequivocal truth, it's that economists are terrible fortune tellers. In fact, over the past 20 years, when tracking 163 separate recessions, it was found that economists predicted those recessions less than half of the time. In fact, they might as well be flipping coins. However, CNBC explains in September of 2020 that despite their questionable track record when it comes to predictions, economists around the world are actually now banding together in their next big prediction. That is a future of de-globalization, essentially citing concerns raised during the pandemic and now even the invasion of Ukraine. Economists suspect that in the future, our interconnected global economy will begin to falter as countries begin trading with each other less and less. And it's especially considering the impacts of such a deglobalized economy that we have to ask today's question. Is deglobalization the future of the global economy? And the answer is actually yes, it is. And we can see that because first, supply chain issues have forced countries to become self-reliant. Second, the world economy is splitting into ideological blocks. And third, businesses are choosing stability over efficiency. Now, the crux of every globalized economy is that countries around the world trade with each other regularly. However, that might not be happening as much anymore, because the first reason why deglobalization is the future of the global economy is because supply chain issues have forced countries to become self-reliant. The New York Times explains in an article from April 14th of last year that essentially the supply chain crisis many people are familiar with during the COVID-19 pandemic caused by a variety of factors actually won't just end when the pandemic subsides. In fact, not only are they continuing to this day, but they will continue far into the future, because the article goes on to explain that many of these same problems that cause the supply chain shutdown are still present and we haven't solved them. And additionally, the supply chain is extremely fragile. Any small mistake could shut down the entire global supply chain like we've seen during the pandemic and the Suez Canal. And with future climate change issues and more natural disasters, and even potential future pandemics wreaking havoc on our economy, the supply chain is no longer reliable. And the Harvard Business Review explains in September of 2020 that countries around the world recognize this fact, which is why they are now producing more and more goods on their own instead of relying on global trade. Just take semiconductors, which were a famous victim of the supply chain crisis during the pandemic. The United States has already invested billions of dollars into producing our own semiconductors instead of trading them from overseas, and many European countries have followed suit. And semiconductors are far from the only good which countries are becoming more self-reliant on instead of relying on for trade, signaling an end for globalization across the world. Now, one of the biggest enemies to globalization is conflict. And that's because the second reason why de-globalization is the future of the global economy is because the world economy is actually splitting into ideological blocks. Foreign Affairs magazine explains on March 17th of this year. Just take the war on Russia, where essentially the rest of the world has isolated the Russian economy from global trade. However, there is a key point to be realized. Russia isn't actually trying to get back into the world economy. They've prepared for this isolation and are actually adapting to it and taking it in stride, signaling an end to their presence in the global economy. But of course, it's not just Russia. Bloomberg explains on February of 2020 that China has been assuming the same trend for decades now, increasing isolation within their own economy for decades. Not only has China's Minister of Commerce criticized globalization on the world stage, but he's even weaponized the use of trade as an ideological tool of pressure, especially surrounding the pharmaceutical industry, of which China has a chokehold over. And as a result, because countries like China and Russia are standing together and cutting themselves off from the world economy, we can see that these blocks are quickly showing danger to signals of globalization for years to come. Now, global trade is definitely efficient and good for long-term growth. However, as we've seen in recent years, that doesn't mean it's a reliable strategy, and businesses are recognizing that. The third and final reason why de-globalization is the future is because businesses are choosing stability over efficiency. The Federal Reserve Bank of Atlanta explains on March 21st of this year. Many businesses in the United States are already shifting away from global trade because they think it's unreliable. For example, interruptions caused by the pandemic or the war in Ukraine have hurt their profits overseas. Larry Fink, a chairman at BlackRock, furthers this viewpoint on March 24th of this year, explaining that investors are also aware of this phenomenon, which is why investors are suggesting that the businesses they pour funding into actually shift away from globalization because it's more reliable for long-term profit rather than short-term gain. Because any prospect at future conflict, a future pandemic, or other global issues could quickly shut down any chances these businesses have of making money, which is why both the businesses and the investors are looking domestically and away from globalization to preserve chances at definite profit. So today we ask the question, is de-globalization the future of the global economy? And we answered, yes, it actually is. Because first, supply chain issues have forced countries to become self-reliant. Second, the world economy is splitting into ideological blocks. And third, because businesses are prioritizing stability over efficiency. So the next time economists make a prediction about de-globalization, maybe we should actually listen to them, Because unlike their recession prediction track record, this might actually be a prediction of value. Thank you.
I had a time of 6 minutes and 58 seconds.
Perfect. That's what I got as well.
All right, excellent. Best of luck, William.
All right. Thank you all for judging.
Hello.
Hi, how's it going?
It is going well. I will post my question in chat.
Excellent. Do you need any time signals today?
Yeah, that would be nice. Just so I can
Okay.
make sure numbers are basically the same.
Could I give you like a 2 at 5, a 1 at 6, maybe like a hook at 6:30 and a fist at 7?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Excellent.
Perfect. If anyone isn't ready, just let me know. And if I'll get started right away. Perfect. We've all recently heard about the famous Johnny Depp Amber Heard trials, where we've recently uncovered some volatile issues with their relationships. But while Hollywood relationships may be extremely volatile, during the Russia-Ukraine war, there was something that out-trumped them: commodity prices. In fact, an article by Fast Markets explains on December 17th of 2021 that even the tension building up to the Russia-Ukraine war last year made 2021 an unprecedented year for commodity prices. More specifically, the prices of commodities, including oil, sugar, and even rice, increased and decreased dramatically. And with the Russia-Ukraine war reaching nearly its 60th day, it's clear that 2022 is going to set some records as well. Thus, it becomes imperative to ask ourselves today's question: does the volatility of commodity prices pose a significant threat to the global economy? And the answer is clear. It's a clear yes, because it affects the global economy in 3 key ways. First, it disincentivizes long-term investing. Second, it increases poverty. And third and finally, an increase and decrease in commodity prices affects selling cartels. So let's start with the first key harm that's addressed when we consider the volatility of commodity prices. And that's first, disincentivizing long-term investment. An article by Farmers Together explains on December 28th of 2020 that when commodity prices increase and decrease, it provides monetary gain to long-term investors of around 40%. But more importantly, the probability of losing increases to 35%, significantly different from other less volatile markets. Take, for example, the common long-term investor. They probably would like to spend their money on more expensive but stable stocks, say Microsoft, Google, or Amazon. There's a reason that the majority of long-term investors don't keep their money in too long when stocks fluctuate up and down. And it's imperative to realize that long-term investing is crucial to the global economy. Take, for example, everyday investors who spent their money on these famous and big companies in the past. Their long-term investments have guaranteed them economic freedom. And this is only reflected in developing countries as well. An article by OECD explains in 2011 that in their scholarly research paper, they found that developing countries, especially countries with fledgling economies or newly created companies, benefit from long-term investment more than short-term investment. The answer is logical. It's because these companies who are fledgling companies need the long-term investments to benefit themselves in the future. In fact, OECD continues to find that developing countries look towards long-term investments so that not only can their governments support them, but major investors in the future like banks and big corporations can support them as well. It's clear that long-term investing is a crucial part of the global economy. And when we don't support it by increasing the volatility of commodity prices, it means that developing countries will continue to increase in inequality. Now, let's understand the second key issue that arises when we consider the volatility of commodity prices. And that's second, an increase in poverty, specifically in developing countries. An article by the International Institute for Sustainable Development finds in 2008 that the majority of countries affected by commodity volatility are developing countries that depend on commodity exports. More specifically, a commodity-dependent country is defined as having 60% or more of their exports in raw materials. Like mentioned before, it could be anything from rice and sugar, or for richer countries, something like oil and gas. And it's crucial to consider that the majority of poor countries are currently commodity-dependent. An article by DW explains on July 7th of 2021 that currently 2/3 of poor countries are commodity-dependent. This is due to the past, where colonization allowed for these countries who are now developing to increase raw material trade through mercantilism, and that's been reflected in the future, as the majority of these countries who are currently poor are the ones where we see our raw materials coming from. Take, for example, the majority of the sugar trade, whether it be coming from African countries or Southeast Asian countries, or any other examples as well. Unlike oil, commodity prices directly are affected, whether it be through farming subsidies or, more importantly, sugar and rice. But while poverty may increase, and more importantly, the inequality when it comes to poorer countries may increase due to an increase in commodity volatility, the third and perhaps most understated way that commodity volatility is terrible for the global economy is third, supporting selling cartels. We've seen that in the past, governments and economies are desperate to stop commodity volatility. From small-scale farmers to long-term investors, they want to stop it as quickly as possible. Nowhere is this example more pertinent than the Russia-Ukraine war, where prices for both oil and even regular things like fertilizer and wheat have gone up significantly, with countries desperately looking for other outlets of input. Take, for example, Brazil and Venezuela, which have started providing increases amount of petroleum towards the United States. However, this is seen as detrimental when it comes to these selling cartels. A textbook from stpauls.br explains that OPEC, or the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, was directly benefited by price volatility. This was because governments were desperate enough to band together and thus control the price of petroleum. OPEC can directly control the amount of petroleum produced per barrel each day, and thus can directly change the price of this vital commodity. And it's crucial to consider that many selling cartels, including OPEC, have been predatory to the world economy. An article by the New York Times finds on March 2nd of 2022 that in a time of crisis like the Russia-Ukraine war, OPEC recently announced that they would not increase their amount of production of oil, keeping it steady of around 400,000 barrels a day. This would benefit these petroleum exporting countries because the price of oil and petroleum would be higher. Thus, it's clear to see that when it comes to selling cartels, they're more likely than not to have to prey on the current global economy. So as we look back on today's question, and and significantly quantify the impact of high price volatility, especially in terms of commodities, it's clear to see that they harm the economy. They not only disincentivize long-term investment, but they increase poverty and perhaps most detrimentally, increase the power of selling cartels like OPEC historically. And while Hollywood relationships may be volatile, it's clear that analysts have been misunderstanding and misidentifying a new volatile threat in our economies. Thank you.
Okay, I had a time of 6 minutes and 56 seconds.
That's exactly what I got too.
Excellent. Thank you so much and best of luck the rest of the way.
Thank you.
I believe that was our final speaker. So do we just stay here till they dismiss us, or how does this go?
Great question. I was just wondering the same. I'll probably submit my ballot here and stay on the Zoom while I'm doing it. But once I'm submitting, I think I'll log out.
That sounds like a good plan.
All right.
Bye. It was nice judging with you guys.
Nice judging with you as well. Thanks.
Bye.
So it looks like we have everyone. I see 5 judges, right? And then 6 competitors. We should be good to go unless there's something I'm not missing. Katie, PJ, y'all here?
I'm here. I'm on my 3rd device, just so you know. Like both my computers didn't work, so I'm joining on my phone.
Okay, cool.
Ready here.
All right, cool. Let's do this if you're ready, Adam.
Great. Hello. Can all the judges see and hear me all right? Perfect. And I'm not sure who's doing time signals, but I won't be needing any for right now. All right. Let me check my camera for 1 second. There's something a little strange going on. All right, can everyone see and hear me all right? Great, and we'll get started. Oh, you noticed my new headgear. Thanks. I'm actually gonna take this off because it's less comfortable than it looks. A few months ago, my orthodontist told me he could tether all of my teeth together with a steel wire and tighten them every 6 weeks for the next 2 years, which would slowly and painfully alter the structure of my jaw, allowing my somewhat misaligned teeth to become perfectly straight. You know what I said? Sign me up! My experience is not unique. The number of individuals in orthodontic care has quadrupled since the 1960s, and 80% of North American teenagers wear braces today. When I decided to get braces, I thought that they'd make me look better and were medically beneficial. But according to Director of Orthodontics at Boston Children's Hospital, Mark Ackerman, people with corrected smiles do not have better oral health. In fact, orthodontia can actually cause oral trauma, such as tooth decay and gum recession. And a National Academy of Science report found that only 14% of young adults have dental problems that affect breathing, speaking, or eating. So for the majority, braces are purely a cosmetic procedure. Dental public health thought leader Dr. Abir Khalid writes that a distinguishing feature of American society is the preoccupation with constantly improving the body. Nowhere is this more apparent than in the fixation with straight teeth. Most American adolescents, regardless of race or gender, choose to straighten their teeth. For many, braces are a gateway to trying to meet socially constructed beauty standards. So today, let's take a look at how braces work and their jarring history. Then we'll learn how straight teeth have gone from an idealized look to a widespread and uniquely American phenomenon, before finally examining the enormous implications braces have on individuals and society as a whole. Modern-day braces consist of brackets glued to each tooth that hold a wire which applies pressure to the gums. This pressure restricts blood flow and kills gum tissue. Yes, your braces are literally killing you. The immune system then sends in cells called osteoclasts to dissolve calcium from the jawbone, allowing teeth to slip into the newly created crevices, ultimately relieving the pressure. Blood flow is restored and gum tissue is kept alive. At each orthodontic visit, the wire is replaced to maintain pressure until the teeth are ideally positioned. While the physiology behind tooth straightening wasn't understood until the 20th century, people have always been fascinated with moving their teeth. Brace yourself for the history of braces. First, let's bracket up to ancient Egypt, where mummies have been found with metal bands around their teeth, tied together with animal intestines. In ancient Greece, the first method for straightening teeth was recorded when Roman nobleman Celsus suggested applying pressure with the fingers in his medical encyclopedia De Medicina. In the Dark and Middle Ages, there wasn't much progress in the way of tooth straightening. The bubonic plague and 8 major crusade expeditions distracted most from contemplating a perfect smile. Huge advancements in orthodontia were made in 1723, when Frenchman Pierre Fouchard invented the bandeau, a metal mouthguard fastened to each tooth by thread. Marie Antoinette was an early adopter of the bandeau. At age 10, the Archduchess of Austria was arranged to be the Queen of France, with the condition that her crooked teeth be straightened to satisfy her future in-laws. In the 1800s, the wire crib replaced the bandeau, making it easier to upkeep oral hygiene. At the end of World War II, braces made their way into mainstream America thanks to a wave of prosperity. Metal bands wrapped around each tooth took the place of the wire crib. In the 1970s, stainless steel and dental adhesives came about, and braces evolved into the bracket and wire systems we see today. Over 5,000 years, braces have not only shifted our teeth, but the American standard of what is aesthetically acceptable when we smile. With all states offering some sort of orthodontic care to Medicaid recipients 21 and under, access to braces is more widespread than ever. And during COVID, demand for orthodontia among adults has spiked, thanks to what orthodontists call the Zoom effect. People have become more self-conscious of their appearance during video calls, and as a result, the number of adults with braces has increased 115% in some US markets, according to a report by CNBC. Ibis World reports that orthodontia represents one of the largest beauty industries in the United States. The obsession with straight teeth is uniquely American. Dr. Liz Kay at Peninsula Dental School says that Americans have the idea that looking good is equal to uniformity. But in Britain, natural-looking teeth are preferred. In many parts of Africa, such as Nigeria, a gap between the top front teeth is considered extremely beautiful. In Japan, many view crowded, misaligned teeth as endearing and youthful. Clearly, I'm a part of the 80% of my peers who've opted to get braces. My dad grew up in the Middle East where braces are uncommon and immigrated to the United States as an adult with imperfect teeth. As a side note, he has sent in several headshots to international modeling agencies after learning that his natural teeth may be considered beautiful elsewhere, but has yet to hear back. My parents let me decide if I wanted braces, and it never occurred to me that my doctor's recommendation would be based primarily on an aesthetic norm rather than health. But even with full clarity, I don't think I would have made a different decision given the overwhelming pressure we all feel to look a certain way. The American adoption of a standard for straight teeth has significant individual and societal ramifications. On a personal level, braces carry a large opportunity cost. Putting aside the time and physical discomfort, the price per patient for braces is on average $5,500. The American Association of Orthodontics recommends a first orthodontic consultation by age 7. And if this amount were put into the stock market then, by age 18, the investment could pay for a year of in-state college tuition or a year of rent. However, the cost of not getting braces in America may be even greater. When over 1,000 Americans were shown pictures of individuals, those with the straightest teeth were perceived to be 45% more likely to get a job and 58% more likely to be successful and wealthy. These perceptions shape our reality. A 2019 Harvard Business Review article reported that people who fit into a dominant aesthetic criteria are more likely to be hired, advance rapidly in their careers, and earn 15% higher salaries than individuals outside of the norm. In the United States, fitting into the standard provides a salary differential similar to race or gender-based salary disparities. While discrimination based on the straightness of our teeth impacts all Americans to some degree, many aesthetic standards affect certain groups more heavily, reinforcing racism, sexism, ageism, ableism, and gender norms. Straight teeth, like other socially constructed beauty standards, are constantly communicated to us through movies, TV, magazines, social media, advertising, and even medicine. Psychologist Judy Shiel writes that it becomes impossible to separate what we individually find beautiful from what society tells us is beautiful. And eventually, our own standard becomes the ultimate oppressor. According to a 2018 Ipsos poll, 79% of Americans are unhappy with the way they look. And a study from Brown Medical School found that people with concerns about their appearance are more likely to be depressed, anxious, and even suicidal. So today, we reviewed the evolution of braces throughout history, how straight teeth have become an American aesthetic paradigm, as well as the implications of the ideal smile. Braces are just one gear in the network of tools we use to meet socially constructed beauty standards. Harnessing these tools is so ingrained in our culture that we fail to recognize their detrimental and discriminatory nature. As the gearwork grinds, it sets into motion how we choose to spend our time, energy, and money. Imagine what we could accomplish if we valued acceptance and inclusion over chasing standards that leave many behind. The only commonality between aesthetic standards over time and across cultures is that they're eventually followed by the majority. Given that straight teeth are becoming pervasive, discrimination based on our smiles may not exist in the future. But what will become the next perceived imperfection, and what sacrifices will we be willing to make to fit into the standard? Cornell University professor Noli Rooks warns that challenging aesthetic constructs is an overwhelming feat to take on as an individual, requiring personal sacrifice and risk. And she explains that the only way to create change is to accept being uncomfortable with deviations from social standards. While this headgear has always made me physically uncomfortable, the submission to aesthetic standards that it represents now makes me uncomfortable on a whole new level.
So for other judges, I had 10:28 as the time. I'm going to give RJ a chance to find where he's going because it seems like he needed to move rooms. Okay. Any of the judges need more time, or can we move on to Amanda? Amanda, whenever you're ready.
Hi everyone, can you see and hear me okay? All right, cool. I will not be needing any time signals today, but I do have a timer running in the bottom of my right-hand corner, so if I happen to glance down, that's what I'm looking at. And when all of my judges are ready, may I please get a thumbs up and I'll know when to begin. On February 13th, 2017, there was a full moon. Only it wasn't this type of moon. Instead, it was this type of moon. These people were at Trump Tower in Chicago, asking the president to expose his tax returns. Of course, President Trump didn't let this mooning faze him. This type of demonstration is an example of civil disobedience, which the Stanford Encyclopedia of Philosophy defines as a public, nonviolent, and conscientious breach of law undertaken with the aim of bringing about a change in government policies. Recent challenges to human rights, from voting rights to abortion rights to racial justice, have caused activists worldwide to seek new ways to bring about change. Just last month, the Washington Post even notes how new methods of civil disobedience are being used in Ukraine to fight back against the Russian invasion. So to find out why Beatrice Martini, research fellow at Harvard and Stanford universities, claims that understanding, adopting, and improving civil disobedience is essential to protecting global civil liberties, let's first review the history, then applications, before finally implications of technological civil disobedience. Since the term was first coined in Henry David Thoreau's 1849 essay, technology has historically played an active role in civil disobedience, both as a platform for communication and as an act of disruption. From a communication perspective, activists have taken advantage of the technology of their time to trumpet their truth. Dr. Manisha Prakash of Aryabhatta Knowledge University details in November of 2018 how Mahatma Gandhi used newspapers as a vehicle to transmit ideas like Satyagraha, his philosophy of nonviolence. In his book, Mahatma Gandhi, the Journalist, author S.N. Bhattacharya also describes how Gandhi prioritized facts over fanfare, often utilizing bland titles instead of flashy, sensational language to increase the credibility of his articles in an attempt to trump fake news. Following in Gandhi's footsteps, Martin Luther King Jr. also took advantage of the emerging technology of his time, the television, to spread his message. Author Daniel Braunfeld writes in July of 2016 how King recognized the impact televising injustice could have, allowing people to witness segregation firsthand. Take the 1963 Children's Crusade, an event that resulted in local police and community members attacking peacefully protesting school children who championed King's nonviolent ideals. In October of 2020, the History Channel explains how the televised conflict sparked national outrage, prompting negotiations that led to better working conditions for African Americans in the area. In addition to functioning as a platform for communication, technology has also served as a direct act of disruption. An October 2019 Nature Briefing article describes how Gandhi pioneered the concept of crowdsourcing by establishing an illegal competition in 1929 that awarded a cash prize to the inventor of the best thread-producing machine. Gandhi realized the threat that industrialization posed to India's impoverished nation and strived to empower the untouchable caste to create their own technology. The resulting product was a spinning wheel known as the charkha, which became the national symbol for Gandhi's movement, a physical embodiment of the success of grassroots efforts to combat English imperialism. The modernization of technological civil disobedience continues to capitalize on themes of communication and disruption, but has altered how we accomplish those goals through what's become known as hacktivism, not to be confused with cracktivism, just $12.95 on eBay. The website Trend Micro describes what differentiates hacktivism from your typical cyber attack, and how they're not done for financial gain, but rather aim to question, provoke, and challenge those who go against their moral stance. First, hacktivists look to technology as a means to communicate their motives. Take, for example, a recent hacktivist attack that attempted to promote unions and protest against slave wages by modifying the receipts of restaurants like McDonald's. At the bottom of the receipt was a little bit of grease, along with a message promoting the moral stance of the hacktivists. According to Security Affairs in December of 2021, this feat was accomplished by utilizing a technique known as mass scanning, where they were able to connect to thousands of misconfigured printers on the internet. Talk about billions and billions served. But beyond just mere communication, disruption has become the primary objective for hacktivists worldwide, using DDoS attacks, or distributed denial of service attacks, which the Pew Research Center says ultimately serves to knock a website offline by flooding it with traffic. An early example of this is Operation Tunisia, initiated by the group Anonymous. In 2011, Anonymous successfully launched 8 DDoS attacks against the Tunisian government. The Atlantic reports in February of 2011 how Anonymous largely contributed to the expansion of the Arab Spring movement, which eventually led to the removal of the Tunisian leader, along with his authoritarian regime. Or take a more recent DDoS attack protesting the Texas abortion law. Following the passage of legislation last fall, The New York Times describes how Sean Black created an online hacking script that allowed internet users to hack a Texas anti-abortion site from their computers at home. After going viral on TikTok, users began spamming and hacking the site, ultimately resulting in the website being knocked down, which just goes to show the power of hacktivism, that it can make even TikTok look good. And finally, DDoS attacks have been instrumental in the early defense by Ukraine against Russia. Last month, the Wired article detailed a DDoS attack that exposed highly classified information from the Russian Space Institute. The Associated Press furthers how hacktivists have launched a limited cyber attack against the Russian national railway system to impede the movement of Russian forces and freight within the country. And while hacktivism alone won't be enough, it continues to offer a non-violent alternative to outright warfare, potentially saving countless lives. With the rise of authoritarianism internationally and the heightened focus on social issues domestically, it is imperative that we examine the implications of technological civil disobedience. First, the ease of technology has made participating in civil disobedience more accessible to the average person, but may in turn lead to less effective demonstrations. Hacktivists have started moving away from targeting larger government websites and to attacking what research and strategy analyst Harrison Van Wyper dubs low-hanging fruit. Easier targets, like university pages and smaller subsections of government, where success is short-lived and has no real impact. A May 2019 Wired article concludes how hacktivists still often claim credit for progress or victories made, regardless of what's actually happening on the ground, confusing causation with correlation, and making their so-called revolutionary breakthroughs less meaningful and effective. Second, the marriage of technology and modern civil disobedience can be more dangerous than we think. In their deployment of hacktivism, CNN explains in September of 2021 how innocent people can be harmed when hacktivist groups, like Anonymous, breach into larger web pages. This concept is known as doxing, which the UC Berkeley Office of Ethics describes as illegally exposing personal information online, taking protests out of the virtual world, and putting them and their families in real life danger. This leads us to question the morality of hacktivism and whether its benefits outweigh the potentially catastrophic effects. Which leads us to the final, perhaps most impactful implication. An increase in incivility has become part of our disobedience, especially within the past few years. University of Virginia Assistant Professor N.P. Adams elaborates in his paper, Uncivil Disobedience, how the fundamental definition of civil disobedience is changing, in part due to technology. Activists have come to accept certain forms of violence so long as they're not targeted at people. From 2020 Black Lives Matter to 2021 COVID mask and vaccine mandate demonstrations, protests that originated online have devolved into physical acts of violence as groups begin to realize that nonviolent protests can only go so far, forcing us to reevaluate how we define and carry out civil disobedience. Today, we've explored the history, applications, and implications of technological civil disobedience. The events at Trump Tower in 2017 certainly left a lasting impact on all who viewed it and became the butt of many jokes. When Neil Armstrong landed on the moon, he famously proclaimed that it was one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Civil disobedience continues to provide a means for individuals like you and me to take small steps that ultimately lead to giant leaps for social and political improvement in our attempts to make the world a more meaningful place. To confirm, I have that around 10:07.
Yeah, 10:05, so right about the same. Okay, everybody ready for the next one? Good, okay. Let's go ahead and do Madeline Streisfeld.
Yes, hi, can you all hear and see me all right? Perfect, okay, I'm good to go whenever you all are. Just want to give me another thumbs up, that'd be great. Life is like a vending machine. Sometimes what you put in doesn't get you what you want. So you shake the vending machine, maybe give it a few kicks, and then if you're lucky, it falls down on you. Did you know that vending machines kill 4 times the number of people that sharks do every year? It's true. I Googled it, but that seems like a high risk for only half a reward. You know, they say that everything in this world costs money, snacks included, except for air. So why am I paying for it in my chip bags? Slack fill is what happens when a package is about this big, but the contents of said package stop right around here. Chips, candy, over-the-counter drugs. Basically, it's how companies toy with women during their menstrual cycles. And while legal stuff is oh so boring, San Francisco-based consumer class action attorney Robert Neiman notes that there have been hundreds and hundreds of lawsuits filed in the last 5 or 6 years against the food industry. 10 to 12% of those are slack fill cases. So no, it's not just in your head. Today, we're not talking about what's in the bag, we're talking about what's not in the bag. By first, discussing slack fill's background as a nasty marketing trend. Then we'll debunk some of the most common misconceptions. And finally, we'll look at how it ruins the lives of both happy customers and our happy little planet. Now, I'm not a glass half empty person, but I certainly don't say my chip bags are half full with air, maybe. A class of South Korean students proved it when they made a raft out of a bunch of unopened bags back in 2014 and sailed a mile across the Han River. As bad as American consumerism is, slack fill is clearly not only an us phenomenon, and it's not a new phenomenon either. The term was coined by the Food and Drug Administration in 1980 when the first case, Hobby Industry Association of America versus Younger, was filed in California's state court. Since then, California has been home to so many slack fill cases. 33% of the nation's, according to the Washington Legal Foundation, that it's earned the nickname of the food court. But there's a clear difference between functional and non-functional slack fill, as the FDA explains. Functional is protective. Non-functional is exploitative, driven by the knowledge that we are attracted to bigger things. In chip bags, slack fill is performed through Intermission, the replacement of oxygen with nitrogen, the same gas that makes up farts. Since the introduction of the modern-day chip package back in 1958, plastic on the outside, aluminum on the inside, it has been a priority to keep the oxygen out. Medications are also preserved using nitrogen. If you've ever wondered why your Costco ibuprofen container is not really as bulk as it should be. In 2015, before its rise to stardom, Pfizer was accused of placing inaccurate pill counts on its packages. And Girl Scouts has recently shrunk the size of its cookie sleeves while charging more than before, as much as $6 a box. Basically, there have been slack fill allegations against everything we consume, even Elmer's glue. Yummy. But beyond that, slack fill appears in the cosmetic industry, when the applicator of your face wash seems to ever so conveniently keep you from using that last bit of product. L'Oreal was accused of it in 2020. We encounter slack fill more than we realize, but as inconvenient as it may be, it doesn't seem to be going anywhere. Now it's time to let the cat and the air out of the bag. The whole idea of slack fill is defined by one huge misconception. We think we're getting what we're paying for, but we're not. And sure, there has been a plethora of support for why we should leave packages half empty, like how candy companies say the empty space makes their boxes shakeable. Hear that? That's the sound of the money you're losing. But there's plenty more where that came from, starting with the assumption that without slack fill, chips would arrive as breadcrumbs. It's not a flawless theory. As explained in a BBC News article from back in 2015 titled, "I was fed up with the air in crisp bags, so I measured it." Acclaimed food photographer Henry Hargreaves conducted an experiment to measure breakage in a vacuum-sealed chip bag versus a typical one filled with air. Surprisingly, he identified the vacuum-sealed one to contain far fewer broken chips after transport. While I don't want to spread rumors that the FDA is lying to us, it's something to consider. We've been lied to before. In 2017, Consumer Reports published a paper on Starkist tuna, which was accused of non-functional slack fill because its cans of tuna labeled 5 ounces actually contained only about 3.2 ounces of fish. Kind of ironic considering fish and air don't mix. But in all honesty, we have notions about what we're getting that don't align with what we really are receiving. It's one thing to have large packaging and another to lie about its actual contents. So if we know that air breaks chips and placebo affects us into thinking we're getting more than we are, then why fill with air in the first place? Well, nitrogen apparently makes food taste better. But James Paik and his colleagues contradict this in their study for the International Journal of Packing Technology and Science, where they found that no clear difference was observed in the lipid oxidation rate of potato chips between the nitrogen-filled and the control packages. Basically, that means our chips aren't going to rust without nitrogen. The more we blindly accept what we're given, slack fill and all, the more pressure we place ourselves under. Kind of like the air pressure that the chip bags were under when NASA astronauts took them into space and they exploded. Now that is what we call a big bang. But it kind of just goes to show that slack fill can be a hazard. It's no surprise that economically people are being robbed. Volume changes, prices don't. Prices are higher than they should be in the first place when we're mainly paying for air. So where does all this extra money go? Probably to pay for the excessive number of delivery trucks needed to carry the air-filled packages. According to supply analytics expert Bob Feidler, the average trailer on the highway is over 30% empty by weight filled with unnecessary air inside packages. The more trucks out on the road, the more fuel that goes into the manufacturing process and the greater our carbon footprint becomes. But that's not the only environmental consequence. Packages made from plastic use more plastic than necessary to accommodate slack fill, further contributing to plastic pollution as one of the leading causes of marine deaths. Fish are on a trash diet, and we are punished for being on diets. As someone on a thrilling gluten-free diet, thanks to celiac disease, I have faced my fair share of slack fill in the form of absurd prices for tiny portions. Take, for example, a loaf of regular bread, $2.16, 20 ounces. Here's the size of one slice. And then on the other hand, a loaf of gluten-free bread, $4.87, 14 ounces. Size of a slice? It's such a joke. Major gluten-free company Glutino has been sued for underfilling its expensive pretzel bags, and so has pasta brand Barilla. There are people that cannot afford the price of being on these mandatory diets because products aren't filled enough. And at food pantries where distribution is based on product number, not size, families may not be getting the quantity that they need. Sure, slack fill may be allowed by law, and in some cases it does serve as a mechanism for protection, but for inanimate objects, not people, it's certainly not without its flaws. So So clearly I have a bone to pick with big business and big lethal vending machines, but I do have to give Slackville some credit. If there wasn't some air in our chip bags, then the vending machine kill rate might be even higher. It's important that we know what goes into our products and what doesn't, so that we can change materialism for the better, or just make it worse by adding more stuff to our stuff. Nevertheless, to all those companies robbing us of our precious cargo, I can finally say, cut us some slack.
I think it's Karen next. Karen.
What was the time on that last speech? Oh, your mic's off.
I said I started my timer a little bit late, but I had 9:55. So it was plus or minus 10 seconds of that.
Great, thank you.
Hello, good afternoon. If it's okay with my judges, I will be keeping a timer below my camera. So in case you see my eyes diverting there, that's where it is. And I will not be needing any time signals. Okay, perfect, thank you. Give me 1 second, my camera is doing something weird. Okay, could I just get a nod or a thumbs up from my judges that they can hear and see me all right? Perfect. Oh no, I'm gonna die. You're looking at me like, what is she doing? She just opened an umbrella inside. She just opened an umbrella inside. Yep, that's all I did. Open an umbrella inside. What, is the world gonna come crashing to the ground, burn to oblivion, kill us all, and get raided by millions of zombies? Well, I don't know. I guess we'll find out today. It's a widespread superstition that opening an umbrella inside is said to be bad luck. The same thing goes for the number 13, breaking a mirror, walking under a ladder, and even the color of your underwear. But what does an umbrella, a number, a mirror, a ladder, and my choice of underwear have to do with my chances of survival? They don't. As Columbia University's Doctor of Psychology Kathleen Pike puts it, superstitions are essentially illusory correlation between two phenomena that are in fact unrelated. Despite their overt inconsistencies, millions of people across the globe engage in superstitious activities every day. And while it may seem puzzling that we continue to act on beliefs we know aren't true, our reliance on superstitions is almost as old as human existence itself, which is a testament to how vital a role they play in our survival. But at the same time, superstitions have become so deeply embedded into our society that we often don't realize they're there, causing us to unknowingly turn a blind eye to their potentially dehumanizing repercussions. So it's crucial that we take a further look into the role superstitions play in our world. Today, let's explore the web of superstitions in the world around us, understand why we believe in them, before finally discover their diverse implications on us and society. So there's one superstition where you lick a rabbit's foot for good luck. And while some people might find that a bit odd, while most people should find that a bit odd, it may be more common than we think. In fact, a YouGov America survey conducted in 2019 found that 30% of Americans consider themselves to be either somewhat or very superstitious, meaning 30% of Americans could be licking rabbits' feet for good luck. Yikes. Regardless of whether or not you consider yourself to be very superstitious, America is. From 85% of buildings not having an unlucky 13th floor, to supposedly evil black cats making up 70% of all cats that stay in shelters and don't get adopted, our culture is permeated with superstitions. It's a part of what makes this country unique. And the same goes for virtually every country across the globe. Americans avoid Friday the 13th, but in Taiwan, they avoid an entire month. Ghost Month is the 7th month of the lunar calendar, where some believe the gates of the underworld are open for spirits to roam free, so people avoid weddings and childbirth. In Japan, India, the Philippines, and numerous other East Asian countries, clipping your nails after the sun has set is said to bring premature death. And in France, stepping on dog poop with your left foot is supposed to be good luck, while becoming victim of flying bird poop in Russia is supposed to make you wealthy. And in rural parts of Rwanda, the only flavor of Fanta a virgin's allowed to drink is the classic orange flavor, because it's deemed the most chaste flavor. In Latin America, sweeping a woman's feet is said to delay marriage. And finally, in China, a plethora of superstitions are related to food. For every single birthday that I can remember, I've woken up to a fresh bowl of noodles prepared by my mom. Because as a common Chinese superstition goes, the longer the noodles, the longer the life. These are only a tiny fraction of all the superstitions around the world. And as illogical and nonsensical as they may appear to be, they're still widespread beliefs in their respective cultures. For some, superstitions are the connections that bring communities together and reflect centuries of tradition. They're so powerful, even when most of us know they aren't true. So why do we still believe in them? Well, one model that explains this behavior is the dual process model of thinking. This model splits our brain into two parts, fast and slow thinking. Fast is our more intuitive, quick thinking that often results in some undesirable decisions, while slow is our more thought out, rational decision making that fixes the mistakes from fast. But when it comes to superstitions, our brains recognize the mistakes from fast, yet slow over here doesn't fix them. We know they aren't true, yet we still act on them. To explain this, we need to look towards our past. According to an article published in the International Journal of Psychology and Behavioral Science, superstitions date all the way back to the beginning of mankind, when our ancestors had no explanation for how the world worked. Threatened by natural phenomena and predators, they invented explanations or superstitions to help them feel as if they had more control over their survival. And that is why superstitions have persisted to this day. They provide a sense of security and relieve anxiety. Superstitions give us the illusion of control in a world that is so out of control. That's why the Beijing Summer Olympics began August 8th, 2008 at 8 p.m. That's why so many professional athletes have obscene pre-game rituals. That's why levels of superstitious belief increased in Germany between 1915 and 1940 during the economic crisis. And it's why levels of superstitious belief are increasing today in our pandemic-stricken world. When faced with the lack of confidence, uncertainties, and daily insecurities, superstitions have become a form of reassurance that maybe we do have some control over what happens. But centuries of superstitions have ingrained certain beliefs into our minds, void of science, and thus blurred the lines between fact and fiction. Just take a look at the people with albinism in Tanzania. Albinism is an inherited condition where one has extremely light skin, hair, and eyes due to a lack of melanin in their body, while most people with albinism are just as healthy as everyone else. Long-held superstition and myth in Tanzania prevents them from leading a normal life. Many believe those with albinism are cursed, yet their body parts are good luck. Thus, killing someone with albinism is culturally acceptable. and selling their body parts is a lucrative trade. Those with albinism in Tanzania live in constant fear of persecution because of a superstition. While this may seem far from home, it takes form frighteningly close to us. Leprosy is one of the oldest diseases known to mankind, yet one we know very little about, which makes it the perfect recipe for intense social stigma and superstition dating back to biblical times. Far too many believe the disease is a curse, causes one's fingers to fall off, and can be transmitted from a single touch. Consequently, being diagnosed meant being harshly exiled for life to one of many isolated leprosy colonies across the United States. But the heartbreaking truth is, leprosy is one of the least contagious diseases out there and is readily curable. But the intense social stigma surrounding the condition created by these superstitions forces those who have it to avoid seeking help, making their condition immensely worse and even fatal. Ultimately, we fear the unknown. And so human nature forces us to use superstitions as a pretext to discriminate against things we don't like or simply don't understand. It not only causes us to disregard the science, the facts, the truth, but also causes us to turn a blind eye to their dehumanizing repercussions. Superstitions can help us relieve anxiety and feel in control, but maybe they're also an excuse to ignore an answer we don't want to accept. Today, we explored the web of superstitions in the world around us, understood why we believed in them, before finally discovered their potentially devastating role in societies across the globe. Superstitions are a powerful solution, but they're also the root issue. They can help us relieve anxiety and cope with the unknown, but they've also become so deeply embedded into our society that we often don't realize they're there. The same illusion that has us knocking on wood from day to day is the same exact illusion that forced thousands into exile unjustly. We must approach superstitions with caution, but also remember that we give them power through our own minds. They can control us, but we can also control them. So, what does happen when you open an umbrella inside? Let's find out.
I had that at 10:00. Okay, next is May Zhang.
Hi, can you see and hear me all right? Awesome. I'll be timing myself. Let me know when you're all ready. Sweet. Radioactive. What do you think of? Nuclear bombs or X-rays? How about bananas? Believe it or not, bananas are slightly radioactive because they contain a lot of potassium. But don't worry too much. Scientists say that you would have to eat 1 billion bananas to die from radiation exposure. And that's all in one sitting, so you're good. Eat bananas to your heart's content. Bananas are full of surprises. They are Walmart's best-selling item and the world's second most popular fruit. Second to tomatoes, which are only technically a fruit. If eating a banana isn't your thing, bananas may still be the fruit for you. Diane Hofmaster suggests that banana peels can be used to whiten teeth, draw out a splinter, and polish leather shoes. Given their popularity and versatility, you can't blame folks for freaking out, even going a little bananas, when headlines like this one from Today.com asked, "Are bananas going extinct?" To answer this pressing question, we'll first look at the banana's rise to popularity. Next, we'll explore its biological vulnerability, and finally, learn about the greatest threat to bananas and its implications for the global food security. Ultimately, saving bananas may provide us the key to preventing famine and ensuring a sustainable food supply. But first, to begin at the beginning. Bananas are believed to be the world's first fruit, originating around 10,000 years ago in the Philippines-Indonesia region. Originally, wild bananas were small fruits that contained many hard seeds, but through generations of crossbreeding, we have the bananas we know today, with much more edible fruit and thankfully no seeds. The first time most Americans tasted the modern banana was at the 1876 World's Fair, where it was seen as a delicious novelty from the tropics. Each banana cost 10 cents, or $2.58 per banana in today's money. Bananas are the perfect fruit for mass production. Since they have no seeds, they reproduce asexually by growing offshoots from the roots of another banana tree. This just means that every banana tree is an exact clone of the plant it grew from. Being clones of each other makes bananas very appealing for industrialized production, because each banana plant grows at the same rate, produces the same amount of fruit, and the fruit ripens at the same time. Boston Fruit Company, known as Chiquita today, quickly capitalized on the high demand and manufacturability of bananas, and by 1885 was buying up land in Central America to grow them. This was a wildly profitable business. By 1907, the American banana industry was a $60 million business and growing. To maximize the profits from the large-scale production of bananas, corporations focused on two things: maximizing production and minimizing costs. To maximize productions, banana corporations forced growers to specialize in a single banana variety, streamlining the production process while still ensuring a standard quality of bananas. To minimize costs, banana corporations exploit people's labor. An investigation done by the Human Rights Watch in Ecuador, the top exporter of bananas, found that children as young as 8 years old work under hazardous conditions on banana plantations, during which they're exposed to toxic pesticides. On the backs of these young workers, bananas are now a $25 billion industry worldwide. According to Joseph Strongberg, bananas have transformed from a naturally grown fruit into a product of a finely tuned, highly industrialized agricultural system. Now that we're all caught up with bananas' rise to popularity, it's time to explore the banana's biological vulnerability. The benefits of banana clones in mass production also makes bananas vulnerable to disease, because with the same genetics, they all share the same weaknesses. But not all bananas are the same. Have you ever wondered why banana-flavored candy, like the Laffy Taffy, doesn't taste like real bananas to us? Other than the fact that they're full of sugar? Well, it's because their flavor was modeled after a previously popular variety of bananas, the Gros Michel. Unfortunately, around the 1950s, the Gros Michel became extinct due to the Panama disease, also known as tropical race 1. Tropical race 1 disease spread from one banana tree to the next, wiping out entire plantations. Growers tried cutting down forests to create new plantations, but the disease would spread there too. Luckily for banana planters, in a botanical garden, they found a banana variety that was resistant to tropical race 1, the Cavendish. Even though the Cavendish didn't taste as good as the Gros Michel, the panicked banana companies, terrified of being put out of business, jumped onto this new variety and built their entire supply chain around it. They say that history repeats itself. Well, so does biology. In the 1990s, tropical race 4, a fungus called Fusarium oxyporum cubensis, appeared in Southeast Asia. At first, when planters noticed the wilting leaves, they refused to recognize it as a disease. After all, the Cavendish was the variety of bananas immune to the previous disease. Consequently, tropical race 4 spread throughout Asia and Africa, and in 2019 made landing in South America, where 75% of the world's bananas are grown. This is terrible news. There's currently no cure to tropical race 4. It contaminates soil going 10 feet deep into the ground and remains infectious for decades. The Cavendish may soon face the same fate as the extinct Gros Michel. Now, it's time to explore the true disease plaguing bananas: monoculture. The banana pandemic illustrates the larger issue of monoculture, which is the agricultural practice of growing a single crop in a farming system at a time. Right now, there is a $25 billion industry built around the monoculture growth of bananas. making it both expensive and complicated to change. That's why banana plantations around the world would rather focus on mitigating the spread of tropical race 4 rather than addressing the bigger issue of monoculture. Big Banana is currently doing 2 things to prevent the further spread of tropical race 4. First, banana plantations are taking biosecurity measures, including disinfecting the undersides of cars and a quarantine system for bananas. Yikes, in these COVID times, that sounds all too familiar. And second, scientists are searching for ways to breed a banana variety that is both resistant to tropical race 4 and commercially viable. But this may take years. Even if scientists do manage to breed a banana variety that meets these 2 criteria, what's to prevent the next disease from wiping out the entire supply chain again? That's why Dan Koppel, author of the book Banana, The Fate of the Fruit That Changed the World, writes that monoculture is just as much of a disease as tropical race 4. Monoculture threatens more than just bananas. It dooms the entire industrialized agriculture system. As displayed with bananas, the food industry will choose the short-term benefits of homogenizing food production at the cost of long-term sustainability. And they are faced with dire consequences. The 2012 coffee leaf rust disease, deemed by producers as the biggest coffee crisis of our time, has already cost $3 billion of damages, forcing 2 million farmers off their land. Imagine a world without coffee. Pretty scary, right? But wait, there's more. According to the National Geographic, only 15 plants provide 90% of the world's food energy intake, with bananas being the 4th most important. When one disease can wipe out an entire crop, this impacts both the food security of consumers and the livelihood of producers. A prime example is the 1845 Irish potato famine. The infestation of the disease killed the majority of potato production for 7 years, resulting in over 1 million Irish people dying of starvation. The lesson we learned from bananas matters right now. Rob Dunn, author of the book Never Out of Season, explains that the less biodiversity in a crop is directly proportional to the increased risks faced by the industry. So, to fight the disease of monoculture, we must push for more biodiversity, expanding production to include a wider range of products and varieties. Only through diversification can Big Banana and the rest of the food industry solve this threat to our food security. Today, we began with the banana's rise to popularity. Next, we explored its biological vulnerability. And finally, we examined the real disease plaguing bananas and industrialized agriculture, monoculture. As we learned at the start, bananas are a hugely popular fruit with an amazing range of uses. But bananas are so much more than that. Their history and biology provide us with a critical lesson on the changes we must make as producers and consumers if we are to thrive. Thank you.
Said that one right at 10. And I believe it's Evan, our final participant.
And just to confirm, can you see and hear me okay from right here? Perfect. And I have a timer on the side if that's okay with you. Perfect. Practice was rough. The coach even said, "Way to break a sweat. I hope you all wore your deodorant." But my teammate answered, "I don't use deodorant." Everyone stopped breathing, except me, because, well, I didn't use deodorant either. And you'll be glad Informative's gone virtual when I say I still don't, at least not all the time. Now, we weren't practicing football back there, but the Chinese national sport, the viola. Our coach was the orchestra director, and that teammate is, like me, East Asian. And we're not unhygienic. As physician Joshua Zeiker explains, most East Asians lack a gene called ABCC11, which produces sweat without an odor. Yeah, it's one of the few things Chinese people have going for us lately. But regardless of race, gender, or cultural practices, sweat has never been more analyzed. The Fashion Network reported that during lockdown, deodorant and antiperspirant usage dropped by a third, simply because we weren't among others. But now, as we reemerge, so do sweat stereotypes and misconceptions. And so there's no better time to ask, why do we fear and shame it? Science professor Sarah Everett explains in her 2021 book, The Joy of Sweat. We hide our sweat for social acceptance. This vital process is deemed embarrassing and unprofessional because you see, sweat shaming is everywhere. Our cultural connotations about sweat are wrapped up in conversations about language, gender, and even immigration. We throw around comments about the process like it's nothing. We don't even sweat it. But what we're missing is the massive cultural implications behind our lighthearted rhetoric. So today, let's figure out where this all started. We must first master the biology of sweat and its anatomy of shame. Next, understand the cultural history of sweat shaming in America, before finally poring over the implications sweat shaming has on this life-giving act. Okay, don't believe that I need much deodorant? Put your nose up to the screen. I told you. But while different races and genders sweat and smell differently, we all produce sweat the same way. We all have the same amount of sweat glands and pores. That's 3 million, according to pioneering sweatologist Jos Kuhnen. The glands release sweat through the pores, and these come in 2 varieties. First, our friends, eccrine glands. These cover our entire body, but are concentrated on our palms and on our feet. San Diego Health reports that each foot has more than 125,000 sweat glands and can produce up to 1 cup of sweat a day. Eccrine glands regulate body temperature, crucial here in Florida by releasing liquids. As it evaporates, we feel cooler. Our other sweat glands are called apocrine. They cool us too, but are triggered by emotional heat, not thermal. Whenever we're stressed, anxious, nervous, these get a workout. So if you're in poi, bring a towel. The apocrine glands are concentrated on our armpits, ears, and groin. Professor Brony Hodge notes that they hug to hair follicles, which we need to release this emotional sweat because the drops are larger. As bacteria breaks down apocrine sweat, perspiration odor arrives. And while the amount of odor we produce varies, so does the amount of sweat. The National Strength and Conditioning Association found that men, typically larger than women, sweat almost twice as much. Popular Science Today notes that the average NFL athlete sweats more than 2 gallons a day. But that's unless you're on the Jacksonville Jaguars, who lost a shameful 20 games in a row. They don't seem to sweat a lot. Jags, have you tried the viola? In fact, a 2018 Today report found that in China, more than 90% of the population proudly rejects deodorant. But America is built differently. And it all started with the Industrial Revolution. With the newly set intention of maximum production and minimal protection for the working class, the 1880s created a problematic workplace. Sweatshops. Their value proposition: low-income workers, desperate for income, would sweat through their clothes for minimal pay downstairs, while successful barons sat upstairs reaping the benefits. When this language becomes a part of our national rhetoric around the rags to riches America, no one wants to be the downstairs laborer. The dream is to stay high and dry, free of sweat, full of profit. And over 100 years later, while these working conditions haven't hung around, this quiet bias against those who sweat has. If a CEO is covered in sweat, something's wrong. It's no wonder that the roll-on deodorant was invented the same year the word sweatshop was introduced to the Encyclopedia Britannica. But this bias wouldn't go into writing until one early deodorant company, Odor Oh No, created the unpleasant connection between body odor and reputation for the first time. One of their first ads in 1939 saying, "Beautiful but dumb. She has never learned the first rule of lasting charm," which depicts a morose woman who does not wear their anti-sweat product. And ads like these: "If you long for romance, don't let your body offend with armhole odor," continued today. With brands like Dry Idea, their slogan, "Never let them see you sweat." Our cultural image of sweat started in the Industrial Revolution, but the weighty capitalist bias we hold against those who look like they worked hard stuck around, and turns out a serious profit. And these billions have brought us a deep implication. Stigma. First, sweat itself. Americans equate it with filth, even though we're just of it, and so we brand others with hateful distinctions. Crossing the desert border and working in extreme heats, migrant workers, of course, sweat profusely. But their sweat triggers xenophobia, and we label them as wetbags. And our former president continued this xenophobia when he said this about Marco Rubio: "I've never seen a guy sweat like this guy sweats. He sweats like a pig." But sweat shaming especially affects women, branding them unfeminine. After a concert, Taylor Swift met an interviewer who frowned at her sweaty body, telling her, "You need a shower." Or consider Amy Rowe, a 3-time Boston Marathon runner. After a run, Rowe walked into Starbucks. The customer line shifted violently to avoid her, one woman telling her, "You look like you just went swimming." But then there's the 85% of young girls the World Health Organization finds gets insufficient exercise. As pediatrician Eliana Perrin says, they fear sweating will destroy their female body image. We not only stigmatize sweat, but its smell. French cultural observer Laurent Gorce notes that his countrymen are far more comfortable with natural body odor and wear far less deodorant. So what do other countries think of American smell? Sociologist Larry Lane notes that we use so much antiperspirant and deodorant that other countries say we smell like wet dog. I guess that's the ultimate implication of being the only country in the world that hates sweat this much. Other countries, though, don't mind it, think we smell. Luckily, science teaches us to value body odor, within reason, of course. As biologist Bettina Paz notes that we 7 billion earthlings each emit a distinct odor all our own. Everyone has their own unique scent, no matter how pungent or unproblematic it may be. It's how we tell the world we're anxious, nervous, or just need a break. Our sweat isn't shameful. It's fascinating, useful, a drop of our identity. True, we're going back out now with our pits of deodorant. But for 2 years, many of us confronted our true smell, and we got by. If smelling sweet is your thing, then I wish I could share my ABCC11 gene with you. But now that we know the implications, cultural history, and biology of sweat shaming, we can honestly say, way to break a sweat.
Yeah, it's an 07 for that.
Thanks, everyone. I'm sorry I didn't keep my camera on the whole time, but I just had my phone. Thanks for a great round. I submitted my ballot, so I think everything is in there. And congrats to everybody on making it to the final.
Thank you. Have a great weekend.
Thank you all. Have a good one.
Thanks for judging.
Thank you. Have a wonderful day.
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me? I believe we have everybody. And do we have all the 5 judges? If we can turn on the camera, I see 4. Okay, cool. Good luck, everyone. And I think our first speaker is Joshua.
Yes, that is me. And I will type the title of my chat right now, or title of my piece in the chat.
Sure, sounds good.
All right. Can all judges hear and see me all right? All right. And among us, are all of us ready? All right. All right. And so I will be timing myself on the side right here. It'll be on the top left corner. So if I look up there, that's what I'm looking at. And so no time signals. And then because I know a lot of people are watching live right now, I do have a trigger warning for y'all. I will be talking about self-harm and suicide. So if that triggers anyone, then now you know. And then without further ado, growing up, I remember asking a ton of questions, whether it's, are you from North or South Korea? Or when I asked my elementary school teacher, you're old, have you met Abraham Lincoln? And then I asked the absolute worst question when I saw my sister struggling through that time of the month. Mom, when do periods start for boys? Yeah, you can imagine the look of horror on my mom's face. Looking back, those may not have been the smartest questions to ask, but as a child, I didn't care about sounding smart. I cared about being smart and kept my parents constantly on their toes with my next questions. But we don't live in the same world I did as a child. Forbes Council member Christy Geiger writes that as we grow older, we shift from a curious learning to a learning plateau. And while gaining knowledge still feels great, we find it easier to live as the expert who knows than the student who grows. When we don't understand something, anything, uncomfortable or embarrassing, rather than asking questions to grow our knowledge, we choose to remain stagnant and silent. We have fostered question phobia, and we don't ask enough questions, which makes every issue we don't understand so much more daunting. So today, let's look at how our silence impacts first our learning, then our relationships, and finally, receive some daring solutions so we can confidently ask what if, along with its endless possibilities, instead of settling for what is. Now, I agree. There are some questions that you should just never ask, like, why are you still single? Or get this, Joshua, when are you gonna get a girlfriend? Grandma, please stop asking. But while some questions may be just a little too much, we often strive for social normativity by just not asking anything at all. But let's face it, as polite or independent as we tell ourselves we're being by not asking questions, it just prevents us from gaining a better understanding of the world around us. With Yogyakarta State University in Indonesia finding that only 7 out of 108 students, or 6.48%, asked questions in the economics course for an entire semester, we can see how question phobia first prevents us from learning. As David Boso, Connecticut Teacher of the Year in 2012 notes, the questioning skills aren't emphasized enough in classrooms, and it becomes the reason why we can't formulate effective questions. But the reason why we avoid asking so stubbornly is because we're scared that to ask is to seem stupid. I mean, how many times has someone responded to a genuine question by saying, obviously, or you should already know that? But the frustrating thing is that most of the time, these responses come from our friends, teachers, and even parents. And these commonplace annoyed reactions just hurt and discourage future curiosity. So much so that the William Allenson White Institute of Psychiatry furthers, we are oftentimes pressured as a society to be independent. And so when we voice our confusion, it's seen as a sign of weakness. The idea that asking for help makes us weak infiltrates our interactions entirely and our students individually. It seeps into our workplaces and even homes. As a child, I was immune to question phobia, but now it paralyzes me. And isn't that the same for all of us? When our desire to be independent means we bottle up our confusion and curiosity, we're not really being independent. No, we're just in denial. Because asking questions is actually what makes us likable. In fact, in 2017, a Harvard study of 110 speed daters going in a round robin found that those who asked more follow-up questions were asked on significantly more second dates. And the reasoning is simple. People innately love it when other people ask them questions because it shows interest. We are social people living in a social society where open communication is fundamental to our interactions. And so when we allow question phobia to invade into our relationships, it disconnects us. You know, maybe that's why I'm still single. But I get it. We don't like inquiring into other people's life for fear of seeming rude. It's easier to just talk and move on, right? Well, financial copywriter Claire J. Harris writes that the few times she saw her friends, almost none of them asked her how she was feeling, while she would go out of her way to ask them, is everything all right? For Claire, her one-sided questions of concerns made her feel diminished and unimportant. Because when her friends didn't ask her questions, it felt like they didn't care. And while we may not mean to seem careless, that's exactly the message projected when we don't inquire about those closest to us. Which is why licensed marriage and relationship therapist Elizabeth Earnshaw writes, when couples are going through a rough patch, the first thing they stop doing is asking each other open questions. With this, communication is minimized and misunderstandings become rampant. Because when we don't ask for the other person's perspective, relationship problems suddenly become as daunting as those of North and South Korea. And I don't think being independent can fix that. Questions have the power to initiate relationships, but lack of them can divide us. And I realized this far too late. When 2 years ago, a friend opened up to me about her suicidal struggles. And on the outside, her life seemed perfect. Like me, we were both living our perfect social media lives, and I never thought to ask about her situation because it felt rude to impose that anything was wrong to begin with. So when she showed me the cuts and bruises on her wrists, I was shocked. You see, occasionally I would notice her scratching her wrists under her sleeves, but I assumed it was simply itchy. When she revealed it to me, she told me that her parents were actually in the process of a divorce and that her little brother would go to her room for comfort when things got rough. But most importantly, she told me that she was scared to tell me this because I never asked her how she was feeling, ever. And she didn't know if I cared. I honestly had no idea what to say in that moment because I cared so much for her, but I realized I never thought to ask her questions of concern. And thank God she opened up to me before anything worse happened. Not only do we risk our learning and intellect, but we truly miss out on a multitude of opportunities for growth, meaningful communication, and relationship building when it comes to simply asking why. So, how can we learn from my mistake? Well, we can look towards an interview with the CEO of Nike, John Donahoe, in which he stated clearly, and I quote, "There's no question. Asking for help is one of the most powerful expressions of strength." And he's right. You know, I think it's time we take a soul out of Nike's shoes and just do it. I mean, just ask it. And seriously, just ask. Start by assuring yourselves that the question isn't dumb and that we're inquiring only for our own benefit. And then the next step is to stand your ground, because starting a question off by saying, this is a dumb question, but is simply asking for a dismissing response. Instead, preface the question with information you do know to specifically show what you don't know, with better phrases like, in preparing for today's talk, I saw, or I read that this works this way. And if nothing else, and you truly know nothing, at least show you're paying attention by saying, I heard you say that, and then ask your question. And finally, when it comes to relationships, make it clear to the other person that you welcome questions, no matter how dumb or personal, and then set boundaries for what you're willing to answer. Like this, feel free to ask me literally anything, unless it's about X. Once we do this, our questions aren't held back by the fear of being rude. And in order to foster a more welcoming environment, it starts with us. Only then can we clear this phobia of being rude or dumb and truly just care. They say curiosity killed the cat, but what they don't say is that the cat has 8 more lives. Likewise, the next time you ask something that makes people laugh, own it and move on, because like the cat, you'll live on. And if you're like me and have questions about boys and periods, just know you're totally valid. It's time we replace our question phobia with a question obsession by assuring yourselves, knowing your positions, and keeping a welcoming attitude. Only then can we turn what is into chances to fearlessly ask, what if? For time I got 10:28. Does that sound about right? All right, thank you so much.
Thank you, Joshua. Our next speaker is Owen Grossman.
Hello. Can you all see and hear me okay?
Yeah.
Awesome. Am I good to go?
Can you please paste your topic in the chat window?
Yes. There we go.
Thank you.
All right. Am I good to go now? Awesome. I consider myself to be a bit dramatic, so it wasn't really that surprising that when we started reading Macbeth in school, I fell in love. I can't even pinpoint exactly what it is. There's just this sort of feeling I get from Shakespeare's writing. And maybe it's a queer connection, because guess what? Many scholars believe that Shakespeare was bisexual. Yeah, the father of modern English and one of the most famous playwrights ever apparently had a relationship with his patron, the Earl of Southampton. Gay rights! Okay, we don't know Shakespeare's sexuality for sure, but what I do know for sure is that when I heard of his potential queerness in class, I was so grateful. To have my queer identity represented was a gift. Sadly, this gift isn't given to thousands of other students. You see, many schools don't have LGBTQ+ inclusive curriculums. According to GLSEN's latest national survey, 66.8% of students reported that their classes do not include LGBTQ+ people, events, or history. So whether it's a Missouri teacher being told that he can't mention his sexuality at all, or Texas school districts banning queer-related books, queerness is constantly excluded from the classroom. But if we want to ensure the balanced education and social well-being of all students, queer inclusive content must be a part of education. Because if we don't teach about the LGBTQ+ community in our schools, we further the stigma surrounding it, which leads to shame, hatred, and at its worst, violence. So, let's examine how LGBTQ+ identities and experiences are left of school curriculums. Next, understand the harms of this. And finally, discuss some solutions. Because even if Shakespeare wasn't queer, many of us are. And we deserve to be included. Okay, so I like learning, and I love being gay. And I like learning about being gay in school. Because everything's better when it's gay. Nah, I'm just kidding. No, I'm not. But really, according to school climate specialist Jenny Betts, queer students have historically been invisible and underserved. Jeffrey Carlisle has firsthand experience of this. In school, he rarely heard any mention of queer people. Except one day his sex ed teacher said, "You know, it's mostly gay men who get HIV, and it's fatal." This shook Jeffrey's world. It was the only time that he saw himself represented in school, and it was a death sentence. Sadly, he isn't alone. According to GLSEN, about 1 in 5 students learn negative content about LGBTQ+ topics in class. Not only that, but educators Molly Blackburn and Mary Catherine Miller state that queer students rarely have access to resources regarding queer identities, such as books with LGBTQ+ protagonists. Even pride flags have been targeted, with schools across the nation banning them. While this erasure isn't new, it's getting worse at an alarming rate. We all know about Florida's Don't Say Gay law, but it is only one of over 69 anti-queer curriculum bills introduced just this year. Legislators behind these bills argue that they're needed because it's inappropriate to discuss queer content with students. This idea comes from people falsely equating queerness with sex. But hey, outside of sex ed, queer inclusive curriculums look a lot more like queer people exist and not queer people exist and have sex by doing X, Y, and Z. In the same way that we talk about straight, cis people in non-sexual ways, we can discuss queer and trans people. Queerness isn't inherently adult. Otherwise, how could you explain that there were kids who are queer? And including queer content in curriculums isn't going to harm students, but excluding it will. You see, this exclusion of queerness in schools directly contributes to dangerous bias and prejudice. Think of it like this. If we don't learn about queer history or read books with LGBTQ+ protagonists, non-queer students don't have a window into our experience. They lose the opportunity to empathize with us and see the very thing that connects us all, our humanity. So while this exclusion may simply manifest as ignorance of queer history, it can more harmfully develop into homophobia, transphobia, and violence. Because exclusion breeds ignorance. And ignorance can develop into hate. And maybe that's why GLSEN reports that nearly 9 out of 10 queer students are harassed and bullied for who they are. But this homophobia isn't just from non-queer students. It's internalized by queer ones too. Because when schools either completely erase us from the curriculum or only teach about us in a negative light, we learn that being queer is not normal and that there is something fundamentally wrong with us. Take Ruben Carranza. In school, he never learned about Stonewall. He never read Audre Lorde's writings. He never had the opportunity to see others like him and to have positive role models that validated his identity. And as a result, he didn't come out to his twin brother, his best friend, until his mid-20s. And sadly, it gets worse, because internalized homophobia paired with bullying can be deadly. Nigel Shelby, a compassionate and thoughtful queer 15-year-old high school student, was relentlessly bullied at school. This led to severe depression and self-loathing, and ultimately, Nigel took his own life. Nigel is only one of the thousands of queer students who suffer. Because according to the Trevor Project, 42% of LGBTQ+ youth have seriously considered attempting suicide in the past year. We are talking about life and death, and yet we continue to exclude queer people from schools, and as a result, from society. As human rights expert Catherine Oakley states, how do you make people afraid of a certain population? Talk about how scary they are or refuse to acknowledge that they even exist. If we don't teach about queerness in schools, we produce citizens that view queerness as a threat, something to eliminate, something to be ashamed of. But queer inclusive curriculums can change this. For queer students, they act as a mirror, a reflection of ourselves which validates our identities and experiences. It says, It's okay to be yourself. And I know this power because I felt it. I've been lucky enough to go to a school that does have a queer inclusive curriculum. And I remember the first time they read a book with a queer character. It was 8th grade and the book was the 57 Bus. And when I found out that we were going to read it, I was so excited. I couldn't wait to read a book with characters that I could relate to and a storyline that reflected me in some way. I felt so seen. And whenever we learn about queer history or read books with LGBTQ plus protagonists, I feel this overwhelming sense of joy. And my hope is that every queer student gets to feel this too. So how can we make school curriculums more queer inclusive? Well, to start, we don't need to do a huge makeover on curriculum, just a little one. Let's follow New Jersey's lead and just add queer inclusive content to pre-existing daily lessons. This can look like a variety of things, from including queer people in relationships and math word problems, or discussing queer historical figures such as Alan Turing, who famously decoded Nazi military messages during World War II. If you're unsure about how to go about this specifically, the Gay, Lesbian, and Straight Education Network has a ton of free lesson plans and materials on how to implement LGBTQ plus content into our classrooms. The organization Hope in a Box is another great resource. They will send your school queer inclusive books, along with guides on how to teach with them. Plus, Hope in a Box is free for many schools. If you aren't in a position to change curriculum, there are still solutions that we can all do. It starts with our language. In his article, we all have LGBTQ plus students, whether we know it or not. Award-winning teacher Larry Ferlizzo says, pay attention to the way that gender roles appear in our language. He says replace things like boys and girls with everyone. And can we just stop saying things like you're whining like a girl? This will break down binary gender norms, which gives students a space to express themselves freely. Finally, and students, this one is specifically for you. If you feel safe, tell your teachers and administrators that you want to learn about LGBTQ plus content. Former teacher Joe said that they were inspired to teach queer topics by their students. They said, I couldn't fail to be driven by their passion for justice. And that's exactly what this is. Social justice. Because the inclusion of LGBTQ plus identities and experiences in our school curriculums matters. And it is so important. Because everything's better when it's gay. Because everything's better when it's inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Aditi.
Hello. Are all of my judges able to hear and see me all right? Lovely. I will begin when, okay.
There are only 3 careers I've ever really wanted. A, ruler of a new planet. B, ruler of 2 new planets. Or C, Sherlock Holmes's partner. Or assistant. Or driver. Because Sherlock was like the Marvel hero I always wanted. Instead of busting through walls, he once meditated 72 hours, refused to eat, speak, or sleep during a case, saying they blew his concentration. I tested the theory by pulling an all-nighter before a chemistry class. Sleep deprivation actually doesn't blow your concentration. It just blows up the lab. But he made me feel like it was okay to be awkward. And burn down labs. The Baker Street detective wasn't charming or emotional or even inherently funny. In fact, he believed charm is a random gift, demolished inevitably by intellect. Holmes didn't care about looking or sounding correct. He cared about being correct and kept the utter idiocy of Baker Street in check. But I'm afraid we don't live on that same street. We prize charm for the sake of charm, demanding charisma at the expense of knowledge and real growth. How are people blinded by the rhetoric of confident leaders? Well, at least they sounded credible. Today, being charismatic is more important than being correct. Oxford psychologist Elaine Schreier explains, we endorse fake it till you make it as a mantra for impressing by charm instead of skill. So whether it's our politics, education, or personal lives, we glorify charm as the highest standard of competence. So today, we must act the role of Sherlock to investigate how we overprize charisma, how that can turn problematic, and how to end it. Now, every good old-fashioned hero needs a sidekick, right? Crime-fighting suck-up Dr. Watson never second-guesses his trust in Sherlock. But in reality, would we really trust an apathetic and cold communicator the way Watson did? Because oftentimes, we let the messenger outshine the actual message. Cambridge scholar John Menges calls this the awestruck effect. And by that, I don't mean me with Harry Styles. I mean rooting back to ancient Greece. A scientific dispute dragged lesser-known Democritus into a public debate against Aristotle. And though Democritus offered the more logical scientific theory, he was outshone by a public-speaking legend, leading us to in turn discover the atomic theory 2,000 years later than we should have. And this is because a 2019 UCLA study indicates gestures and tone count for a whopping 93% of the impact you have on an audience. Your words? A measly 7%. Charm is an easy alibi. And it doesn't take Sherlock to understand why. It's easier to just trust something that sounds correct than to understand something that is correct. And it's not just about how you say it. It's about who says it, which is the second way our problem pans out. Our hyper-focus on charm unfairly favors white men. This is not to say we only find white men charming, but as explained by a 2019 Stanford Review study, white men predominantly receive the benefit of the doubt from charm in politics, the workplace, and life in general. It's how Ted Bundy weaponized his appearance to butcher and desecrate over 20 young women, yet still had female fans praise his charm in court. Usually I'd try to make a serial killer joke right about now, but I don't know if it would be properly executed. But Columbia professor Stephen Mecklin even analyzed charm in the prison system as a whole, finding that white men are released thrice as often as any other demographic based on their self-assured responses in parole interviews. This bias infects the justice system holistically and workers individually. It denied 26-year-old Yasmin Chen a promotion she was guaranteed for months at a research lab, with her boss citing the reason as a selected white colleague having a better sense of humor. Our obsession with charisma is manifesting itself into a structurally white supremacist world where charm distorts messages and dictates our worth of each other. Now, I have no doubt the harms of this habit have been felt by each of us. But the harm I fear most is the one that enables charm to manipulate society and marginalize women and people of color. It's manipulative. When charming cult leader Charles Manson convinced his followers he was the second coming of Christ, talking ordinary people like you and me into committing 9 heinous murders. And it is unforgettable when charismatic dictators like Hitler exalt power and sanction genocide. The ease with which we are misled by charisma is infectious, and speech and debate has not been immune to it. In 2015, female LD debater Hannah Nee downed in a quarterfinal round at the Tournament of Champions, with a judge citing the reason as her presentation being too timid and screechy. Speech and debates criteria for the ideal speaker is rooted in the same concept of charm that silences women and people of color. So what does that mean? It means in a world where people are funnier, bolder, louder, if you're not ready to fight, the silence will stifle you. Choked me for a while. As a mute 5-year-old that needed to be dragged to speech therapy for being too quiet, at a fragile age, I found that silence is inherently abnormal. So from dance rehearsals to student council campaigns to joining speech, I did everything I humanly could to quit being the quiet kid. I even resigned the solitary hobbies I adored, like painting and reading, as they appeared pointless to the outspoken persona I desired. Psychologists have a word for it. Reaction formation. When the pain we feel in our bodies overcompensates for insecurity, we act the polar opposite of how we feel. Insecurity, it turns out, isn't always the opposite of charm, but rather its source. Charismatic should be a choice, as much as it is an adjective. If you don't want to be, you shouldn't have to be. Bet you guys thought a speech about charm was about to be charming. Well, too bad. I'm neither charming nor a professional sleuth like Sherlock. But ask any real detective and they'll tell you a crime is comprised of motive and behavior. So to close off this case, Sherlock style, and begin identifying unwarranted charisma, we must first analyze the motive of leaders and speakers, the intent. If you walk out of a presentation amazed but can't remember 2 to 3 simple points, reevaluate whether it was actually amazing. It's kind of like watching any Marvel movie outside of its context. Everything looks dope, but like, what just happened? In addition, try muting the audio and turning on subtitles when listening to influencers speak to shift focus from the messenger to the actual message. Even as judges and competitors of an activity like this, the easiest way to eliminate subconscious biases in debate is to judge presentation and delivery as 30% of a decision and actual argumentation as 70%. The same goes for evaluating and understanding interpretation events, not simply by technicality and movement, but by meaning. Next, the behavior of crime. The way we perceive charm and behavior is caged within a white male body. But as explained by Stanford psychologist Daisy Uas, the unfair nature of charisma ends with our willingness to communicate genuinely with every type of voice. Ask yourself, am I diminishing an idea because of what it is or who said it? To avoid manipulation and marginalization in the workplace, try to summarize and repeat the other person's point back to them to verify you understood their point as it is. This way, everyone receives the benefit of the doubt they deserve. And hence, we've cracked the curious case of confounding and cryptic charisma in a way I imagine would satisfy the ever quirky, ever spontaneous master sleuth caressing his violin at 221B, Baker Street, London.
Thank you, Aditi. Our fourth speaker, Olivia.
Hi, can everyone see and hear me clearly?
Yes.
Would I be able to get a fist at 10 if I get there?
You want it at 10 minutes?
Yes, please.
Sure.
Thank you. Ready? I'm one of those people who has a song for everything they do. Cleaning the house, ABBA's Dancing Queen. Going to the gym, the Bee Gees, Staying Alive. Lately, though, it feels like there's just been one song playing on repeat. Dun, 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 dun. No, it's not Ice Ice Baby. Interesting music choice, though. Under pressure, dun, 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 under pressure. Yeah, whether it be AP testing, the endless list of senior events at the end of the year, or TOC going online again. Stress from senior year is making me want to scream, let me out. But why is this life so normal? Writer Hannah Hitchcock emphasizes that in an era of lives lived online, today's teens and young adults are making a new set of life's questions and stressors than previous generations. Simply put, the way we face pressure has changed. Gone are the days where a simple mistake was made privately and unrecorded. Now, your peers are not just those around you, but millions of people on social media, the internet, and beyond. So, in order to understand what this world is about, let's first put in our earbuds and listen to why we face pressure differently. Then, pick the song that emphasizes the impact of pressure, before finally jamming out to some solutions. It's obvious that pressure surrounds us in our everyday lives, whether it be our family, who, on accident or not, bathe us in pressure. It's like a drip, drip, drip that'll never stop. Whoa. But I'm not going to be the typical Gen Zer and just blame everything on the parents, because we are in fact to blame for the pressure we face more than anyone else. Xana Keithley, a freelance writer, explains that there's a trend nowadays known as scripting. This is where you write down everything you want to do in your day, month, maybe even your entire life. You create a script, and all you have to do is act it out. But the question is, what happens when something goes wrong? When you inevitably have to go off script? We put pressure on ourselves to somehow achieve every single task in spite of it. We focus on completing our bucket list, rather than realizing that sometimes our goals will go unaccomplished. Sometimes we're not able to achieve everything we had originally planned. Additionally, we face pressure because it's in our blood. In a recently published paper at the University of Boston and Northwestern, researchers were looking into what they like to hypothesize as the sense of should. See, humans evolve very differently than most organisms, but the one thing we have in common is our undeniable need for survival, particularly in a social environment. Thus, we do everything we can to blend in, to act normal in social situations. Whether this be simple tasks, like passing the potatoes at dinner in order to not appear rude, or going to the bathroom before a lecture in order to not disturb the lesson. This is our brain telling us how we should respond, how we should act. The only problem is, it applies to bigger decisions and actions as well. We should not take that new job because it just seems way too risky. We face pressure because we're human. It's part of who we are. And as we've clearly established, no one can avoid the dreaded pressure. But what exactly happens when you can't meet your own or biology's expectations? We put our worth in the validation of our successes. Lynn Marigles, PhD, explains that we've essentially become self-esteem addicts, looking for a hit anytime we achieve a task. And no longer are we growing our skills, finding opportunities, and becoming better, stronger people for ourselves. But instead, we do it for the validation and respect of those around us. We hyperfixate on what our family thinks, society thinks, classmates think, friends think, all while ignoring the only opinion that truly matters: ours. And in the process, we don't just lose our self-esteem, but we lose our confidence and identity in who we are meant to be. And we don't even succeed in the tasks we originally put forth. Take, for example, Marissa Mayer, the former CEO of Yahoo. In 2016, she confessed that she was working 130 hours a week, averaging about 18 and a half hours per day. She was exhausted, tired, burned out. But when she went to her family and confessed what was going on, she wasn't told to take a break, get a night of rest, or maybe eat a meal for once. But instead, she was praised for her hustle culture mentality and boss lady mindset. Meyer retired at 41 years of age because she could not take it anymore. There was so much pressure to succeed, so much pressure to do something her entire career was designed for in a split second. And it broke her. Ever since 5th grade, I have been obsessed with speech and debate. But coming from a school that values athletics over academics, or really anything that isn't a sport, I saw the pressure our coaches faced to constantly prove this activity's worthiness. A state semifinalist on Saturday. We lost a coaching contract on Sunday. It qualified more people to states than the wrestling team. Well, the wrestling team got a ceremonious farewell victory out the back, while we left unceremoniously out the front. Athletes competing in college, getting athletic signings complete with a table, their coaches, team members, cookies, and the press. Me, competing in collegiate forensics, gets an extra line on the slideshow at the academic assembly. And that's it. As a freshman, I was excited to finally contribute, but I didn't realize how much pressure I individually would face. From my first tournament as a freshman, my teammates shared the expectation that we rack up wins and sweepstakes points. After tournaments, when I placed anything less than first, teachers would come up to me and ask, "Oh, so what happened this weekend?" The more pressure I faced from those around me, the more pressure I just put on myself. And when the pandemic hit, the pressure just multiplied. I added events for the experience, but felt the pressure to do every event every single weekend. And my teammates needed my leadership. My school needed those Twitter post wins to acknowledge my team's existence. And by the time we were back in person, with the team on the brink of extinction, I thought that if I could just do more, someone would see the value in the activity that I grew to love. Because when the survival of the team is at stake, anything less than perfection was simply not an option. But pressure should not dictate our actions. It should not be the reason why we wake up in the morning and are terrified to simply live our lives. So let's give ourselves one last chance. The first step, stop pressuring yourself. And it's simpler than it may seem. We simply must learn the difference between pressure and discipline. Author Sergi Faldon explains that rather than trying to use extrinsic motivations to act, we must use intrinsic motivations. Ask yourself what makes you happy and excited every morning, what gets you determined, and follow your natural path. And if down the road things change, it's okay to shift directions. It's okay to be who you want to be. With that being said, that little sense of should in our brains is not going anywhere anytime soon. Trust me, if I could eliminate it, I would. But it's simply impossible. So instead, we must build resilience to it. David Sussman, PhD and professor of psychology at the University of Kentucky, explains that rather than forcing ourselves to see life through rose-colored lenses, we must admit the fact that life is frustrating and painful, and that that's okay. When Donna Marie Hale made partner at her law firm, she was in the peak of her career. This is what she wanted for her life. But with it came immense amount of work and stress, and quickly she faced career burnout. But rather than walking away from everything she had worked for, Donna Marie Hale founded Burn In Candles, a company designed to help relax those facing pressure just like her. Donna Marie Hale was resilient to the pressure she faced, rather than just walking away. We need to stop focusing on the way the world views us and start focusing on the way we view the world. The pressure will always be there, but it's how we adapt, how we cope, and how we live our lives in spite of it that makes us the king or queen of our own future. Because this is ourselves under pressure. Thank you.
Thank you, Olivia. Our next speaker is Miles.
Hi, everyone. You all can see and hear me okay?
Yes.
All right, perfect. And you all are ready?
I'm good.
Perfect. What makes you not want to ask questions? It's ironic, I know. A question about questions. But still, it shouldn't be that hard to answer, right? Well, you would think. But when I was asked this a few months ago on the first day of junior year, I was completely stumped. Now, for context, you can't expect high schools to provide adequate Wi-Fi or nutritious food options or teach freshmen the importance of deodorant. But what you can always expect is icebreakers. Yay! And after 14 or so years of being asked the same questions every single time, I've developed what you may call my own personal cheat sheet to keep things quick and easy. Hi, my name is Malice, but my pronouns today I'm from Madagascar 3. I really think captured my anxiety, living inside a capitalist argument to imprisonment. See, quick and easy. I wasn't really expecting a curveball that would make me actually, well, think. But ultimately, I know why sometimes I don't ask questions, why sometimes I don't ask for clarification, and why sometimes I don't ask for help. Because if I did, I'd be admitting that sometimes I don't know. And there is nothing worse than not knowing. Folks, the problem with America is that we are all intimately familiar with the fear of not knowing. Gaurav Gupta, co-founder of Cotter Management, explains that we are conditioned to uphold absolute academic certainty above all else, pushing away our shortcomings of understanding. I am now afraid that we as a society cling to this impossible idea of certainty, never once addressing the real problems, allowing them to fall into the cracks and fester with our own ignorance. So today, let's break the ice by first looking at why we cling to knowledge to such an unachievable degree, and then analyze the obstacles it presents in our everyday lives. Until finally, we can find some solutions so that we can truly learn and grow to say, I don't know. Now, there was a time when I used to love icebreakers. I remember in first grade, Ms. Hampton asked our class what our favorite color was. And I said aquamarine. Do you know how baller you have to be a 6-year-old that can even pronounce aquamarine? Baby, I was a living legend. You see, at that age, nothing mattered. So sharing these little tidbits about our lives meant the world. Now, we're too afraid to share anything. Scared we might give the wrong answer. And it's actually at our youngest that we are taught that it's not okay to not have the right answer. In her article titled The Psychology of Everyday Phenomenon, Tan Ki Young explains that we learn with a rigid idea of what success is, measuring it in ways that are so quantitative and binary that it leaves no wiggle room to get things wrong and make mistakes. Parents, teachers, leaders, all striving for this perfect model, never once admitting when they don't know something, never once admitting when they are wrong. And we, as children, we simply follow suit. But this problem persists far past childhood. As Oral Roberts University professor David Barkis explains that as adults, we tend to uphold confidence over competence. The logical insult of this is that we now struggle with leaders in all domains who confidently assert their opinions on topics they know nothing about, providing solutions to problems that they themselves just learned of. And we, as a population, find it so easy to listen to the confidence in their voice and think they have a well thought out plan of action. And that couldn't be farther from the truth. In their summer 1990 study, psychologists David Dunning and Justin Kruger analyzed the relationship between our confidence in our capabilities and our actual capabilities. What they found is that the less we know about a topic or subject, the more likely we are to over-assess our knowledge and understanding. Put simply, when we don't know anything, we act as if we know everything. Ignorance isn't bliss, it's confidence. And confident ignorance is extremely dangerous. Now, if you're like me, and you've ever been put in a situation where maybe you haven't wanted to say, I don't know, like once, twice, okay, like 48 times, then you know the only other thing that we can do is find the strength inside ourselves, use our voice, step up and say, I don't know. I'm just playing, y'all, I'm just playing. You're supposed to lie. That's the only other option that we have at our disposal. And although lying is easy, its consequences aren't always as breezy. For an example of this, we need to look no further than 2020, when a global pandemic swept the world and we had a president who actively denied the reality that was forced onto so many of us. On March 28th of that year, former President Donald Trump went so far as to say, it may be a flu, it may be a germ, it may be a virus. It can have like many names. I'm not sure anybody really knows what we're dealing with. But that wasn't true. There are people who have spent their entire lives studying this exact situation. And I can't help but think that our former President Donald Trump had simply turned the mic over to them and listened to their expertise. I wouldn't be speaking to you from my bedroom. But to do that would be to admit that he simply didn't know what we were dealing with. And that couldn't happen. So instead, he lied. He lied by saying the virus isn't real, that masks don't work, that all these lives simply hadn't been lost. And it's because of these lies that on his last day in office, Johns Hopkins University of Medicine released a report where they found the COVID death toll had reached 400,000. How many lives lost? Because one man simply couldn't say, I don't know. I am no stranger to our culture for certainty. Growing up Black and predominantly white spaces like the speech and debate community, it didn't take long to realize people don't really expect much from me. I can't tell you how many times I've been told I'm so articulate by people that don't even try to mask the surprise in their voice. And so because of this, I stopped asking questions. I stopped asking for clarification and I stopped asking for help. I began to walk with unwavering confidence because I knew if I faltered for even just a second, everyone would say I was destined to fall. For me, there has been no difference between not knowing everything and knowing nothing. It wasn't until I spent a year in isolation when I truly had to look at myself and I realized for my entire life, I've been trading authenticity for confidence. I've been depriving myself the right to make mistakes, the right to get things wrong, the right to lean into my confusion, the right to be human and finally admit, I don't know. I'm finally learning that it's okay not knowing. But it's not as if I woke up in the morning and suddenly all the answers were clear. It's been a long and arduous process of healing, and I'm still not done with it. Likewise, it won't be easy for us as a nation to confront the ways in which we are controlled by certainty. But there are some ways we can try. First, figuring out that which we don't know. Author Megan Hoyson simplifies the first step into 3 questions we can ask ourselves about the beliefs that we hold. 1, why do I think this way? 2, who or what's converting me to this way of thinking? And 3, what are some alternative decisions I can take and why don't I take them? She argues that that final step is the most important because if we can't defend our beliefs, what's the point of believing in them? The second step is a little harder, finding the strength to admit when we don't know something. It starts with body language that makes us more comfortable with the act. Instead of saying, I don't know, maybe try, I'm not an expert on that topic, but I'm willing to learn. We tend to forget in conversations with others that they simply know things that we don't. And that's okay. The beautiful thing about discussion is that it opens up the space for mutual learning. But it starts with 3 words. I don't know. So I may have to update my Miles Spark notes. I don't really know all that much about myself, but I know I'm Miles Bell. And as long as I know that, the rest I can figure out as long as I'm able to say, I don't know. So I urge you to ask yourself, what stops you from asking questions? And when in doubt, it's okay to say, I don't know. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Miles. Our next speaker, Carly.
Hello, are y'all able to see and hear me clearly?
Yes.
One second, I'll put my title in the chat. Are all of my judges ready? Okay, perfect. One of my favorite things to do is paint. Nothing brings me more joy than tapping into my inner Bob Ross and painting some happy little trees. However, I'm a little bit artistically challenged, and that does have its downsides. Carly, stop getting paint all over my table. Carly, that's not the right kind of brush. Carly, that is paint water, not coffee. Everyone's a critic. But thanks to my complete and utter lack of talent, I was introduced to the wonderful world of paint by numbers, a simple way to make beautiful art by just following directions. I mean, they tell you exactly where the colors should go. Seems great, right? But the beauty of things like painting comes from freedom, not restriction. And although I realized this during my embarrassingly long paint by numbers phase, this sentiment can be applied to the world around us. Professor of Sociology Susan L. Robertson states that spatialization is a combination of social relations and the space provided for those events, as well as a rigid structure of power that arises from those events. Now, to put that simply for those of us without a PhD, when people live their lives, they do so within spaces. And this phenomenon disproportionately affects people of color. Whether it be the physical creation of spaces, such as modern-day segregation or redlining, or the more conceptual side of things, like people still believing that Black individuals are genetically predisposed to violence. I'm concerned that our overdependence on spaces to define the purpose that someone should serve is becoming increasingly restrictive. So first, let's paint a picture and learn exactly what causes this spatialization. Then we can turn to how exactly this confinement affects those subjected to it. And finally, let's learn to color outside of the lines and find alternatives to our spatialization. Speaking of my bestie, Bob Ross, did you know he used the same 13 colors for every single painting? That means he created thousands of worlds from just a few colors. But Bob's landscapes are not the only environments defined by hues. Sociologists Mary McDermott and Marlon Simmons state that sociologic hues are values that bring character to our everyday relations. And one of the primary hues of this portrait of spatialization is a false sense of entitlement. Dr. Shalmi Shulk, an associate research professor of gender and women's studies, states that when you have privilege, you tend to be allotted more space. And this in turn impacts your awareness of how much space you take up. Time and time again, people in positions of power get away with things that people outside of that range would be severely punished for. Case in point, our legal system sets a precedent that white people don't belong in spaces of confinement. The longest sentence arising from the January 6th insurrection being 5 years, and people like Kyle Rittenhouse completely avoiding jail time are plainly disrespectful to minorities who have been jailed for far less. In the words of activist and poet Cat Brooks, the American justice system has shown minorities that the system supposedly meant to uphold law and order were first, in fact, built to uphold the status quo of white supremacy. If our current systems keep enabling this unjust occupation of room, change will continue to be slow to come. Another hue of this entrapment arises from the pushback that occurs when minorities try to leave a space that they have been forced into. One of the most prevalent examples of this pushback can be seen in how Hollywood treats its minorities, and more specifically, Black actors and actresses. If non-portrayals of immense suffering or Black trauma, they're often completely excluded from this space. When Black musician Halle Bailey received her role as the beloved Disney princess Ariel, the backlash was absolutely reprehensible. Now, personally, I don't really get the uproar because Ariel is a fish. She doesn't have a race. However, being part of your world proved to be more difficult than it seemed. From lifelong fans renouncing their loyalty to being targeted by right-wing hate campaigns, Bailey was put through the ringer. From celebrity stories to our own communities, exclusion continues to run rampant. Now that we've learned of the primary colors of this portrait of spatialization, let's move on to the big picture, how these shades of separation affect those subjected to them. Being painted as a stereotype can be damaging because it gives you no room to explore anything else. Just this month, our country witnessed a historic first. Ketanji Brown Jackson, former original oratory national champion, became the first Black woman to be confirmed to the United States Supreme Court. However, throughout this entire process, her belonging in this very space was questioned. Fox News host Tucker Carlson demanded to see her LSAT scores. Senator Lindsey Graham violated Article 6, Clause 3 of the United States Constitution by administering a religious test. And Senator Ted Cruz held up a children's book and asked, "Do you agree with this book being taught to kids that babies are racist?" This is nothing new. Every single time a Black woman tries to color outside the lines prescribed to her, she faces misogyny, she faces racism, and she faces erasure. Because when you live in a society where your dimensions are defined for you, becoming a masterpiece is a difficult task. But nevertheless, she persisted. The Honorable Judge Jackson has inspired girls like me to see themselves within influential positions. Now to turn to the art gallery of our mistakes. There is no way to erase years of exclusion or oppression, but joy does not exist in the absence of these things. It persists through it. So to those most impacted by this spatialization, the most important thing to remember is to set boundaries. In the words of author Bria Brown, set an intention to be around those who mean you well. So rather than constantly working within the spaces of others, find or make your own space. Next, what do those who may be contributing to these rigid structures of oppression do? I mean, they can't just twiddle their thumbs and say, I see you and I stand with you, and call it a day. So to some of our more privileged friends, actively combat your own biases and make space for the people who truly need it. Grant minorities the room to speak their minds, and don't try and dictate what they speak on. When I'm told that racism is an overdone topic in original oratory, I can only think of the millions of us who actually experience it on a daily basis. This is not an overdone topic, and if you're tired of hearing about it, imagine how tired it is to actually experience it. Simply put, people in positions of power need to start taking into consideration the amount of space that they take up in the lives of minorities. And as activist Reverend William James Barber II so perfectly states, these systems of exclusion and oppression have always existed, and people often consider it their duty to defend or dismantle these systems. Don't be painted on the wrong side of history. In the words of the aforementioned Dr. Shami Shulk, we all need to be aware of how we interact with the space of those more marginalized than ourselves. How we interact with space creates change, even if that space may be easier to rely on. And so, while I learned that paint by numbers may be easy, coloring within the lines is far too restrictive for me.
Thank you, Carly. I think we are done with the round. Thanks everyone here who judged, and good luck to all of you in the round.
Thank you for judging.
Thank you all for
Thank
judging.
you, everyone.
Thank you so
Good
much,
luck.
guys. Thank you
Thank
so much.
Good one.